Hey guys, how's it going? So today I figured we'd take a quick break from our usual Fire Emblem 3 Hopes grinding that we've been doing for the past few days. I thought it'd be fun to do another quick Genshin Impact stream. I know I've been looking forward to this patch for a while. I know it's not the biggest patch. Everyone's really anticipating Sumeru coming out in 3.0. But this patch actually had both of the characters that I really wanted to get, Kazuha and Yoimiya. I've, gone on stream before of saying these are basically the last two characters that I don't have that I really wanted to get. I didn't end up actually streaming my polls because with our polling for Kuki Shinobu, our pity was already somewhere between 40 and 50, and I was right at about the number of wishes where I knew that I would potentially have to skip out on one of them if I lost both 50-50s, and I had lost three 50-50s prior to it. But I got really lucky, and I ended up getting my Kazuha. Wherever he is, there he is. I haven't built him yet. I've been farming Viridescent. Oh, as my screen freezes for a sec. But I've been farming Viridescent for quite some time. Out of like some 50-60 gold Viridescent artifacts I have, I've gotten an EM Helm and an Animo Damage Goblet, I think it was. But neither of them have good substats, so obviously I'm going to have to spend some more time working on him. But I was able to leave myself with about 128, I think it is, wishes or so, right about there. So even if I lose the 50-50 on Yoimiya and have to go to soft pity, which I usually do, I'm hoping I'll be okay. We'll have to see. No guarantee, but that's the hope. And so I do want to finish out 3 hopes though. We just need to do Azure Gleam the last path. But I was only hoping to finish that out before Xenoblade 3 releases at the end of the month, and that's not until like the 29th, so we should have plenty of time to do that. I just thought it'd be fun to do a quick Genshin Impact stream though, where we did Kazuha's character quest and maybe Heizou's hangout event. It really depends on how much time it takes to do this character quest, because I think it took us right about 2 hours to do Kuki Shinobu's hangout event, and then we also have to obviously do the entirety of Kazuha's quest, and that usually takes, I want to say, also about 2 to 2.5 hours, but I'm curious to see how this goes. Kazuha wasn't one of the characters. I know he's super meta, but that wasn't actually the reason I want him. I just really like the character. I think that the cutscene where he stops the Shogun's attack was actually one of like the best ones they've done so far. Super cool. Just really love the character. And I don't know, like, there's a few other characters that I liked that I did end up pulling on. Like, I actually really like Klee. For sure, I think everyone does, but I just don't think I'll play Klee, especially since I have a Build 2 Tau, and I'm probably, I am planning on rolling on Yoimiya. So going for Klee after that point, I think would just be a bit of a moot point, but I do also really like Klee. I guess I probably won't really have any things saved up for the Sumeru characters, but so far, the characters that are supposed to release on 3.0, I'm not super interested in, but anyway.
So many things have happened since then.
Yeah, it's actually been pretty crazy. You have to think, like, we're going into 3.0, and we initially thought, we were going straight into Sumeru because we talked to Yaimiko after everything that happened in Inazuma, and then we had the chasm and everything else happen instead.
So, where should we go today?
Oh.
Huh? What's up?
Oh, that's interesting. That's a different looking sword that almost reminds me of the, like, cursed sword from the, what was it, the Dragon Spine event? Not quite the same color scheme, but definitely a little bit interesting.
Hey, what the heck was that for?
I'm just gonna...
Doesn't want to talk, huh? Alright, let's convince him to calm down a little.
This guy has quite a bit more... Oh, that's interesting. I was thinking at first that this was just one of the regular set... Oh.
So you don't have a vision after all?
As we fought him with 2 people that had visions, but yeah, sure.
Seems like I've mistaken you for someone else.
At the very
Maybe.
least, you should make sure you've got the right person before you go attacking them.
She's concerned about them having the right...
Got the right person.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Shouldn't go attacking them
Like
out
you
of the
shouldn't be to
blue.
begin with.
It's dangerous.
Have you ever met someone by the name of Kaedehara Kazuha? He carries a
Why?
sword just like you. I've also heard that he possesses an animo vision.
Yeah, I'd really like to know why you're looking for
That's
him.
none of your business.
Well, then I don't feel the need to tell you, honestly.
Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway. I'm wasting my time.
Okay.
What the heck is this guy's problem? Coming around here, waving that weird sword in our faces, and he didn't even apologize. Seems like a real nutcase.
Yeah, probably, but
One thing's for sure, no way are we telling him anything about Kazuha.
oh my gosh. I feel like there's always a super, like, passive-aggressive option for Paimon. So I always feel a bit bad.
Paimon has a feeling, though, that even if this guy gets to challenge Kazuha to a duel, he won't be able to beat him. Anyway, just to be on the safe side, we should go fight Kazuha right away and tell him to watch his back.
Is he on the Crux? Actually, I mean, he's welcome back in Inazuma, so maybe he's not, but...
A special connection?
Yeah.
You mean beyond already knowing each other?
Yeah. I was actually gonna note, though, there was that little, like, almost like, what was it, maple leaf pattern that showed up for just a quick second as he attacked, like an Electro Animo Swirl version, but
Yeah.
didn't really
Maybe a little.
think to say it until just now, but he did have something a little bit like that.
Most people look pretty much the same once they start fighting, so that
Not
doesn't
quite,
really
but,
prove
yeah.
anything. Anyway, there's no time to lose. Let's go tell Kazuha so we won't get into any danger. Paimon heard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in Rito at the moment. Let's
Okay,
look
so
for
they are
him
there.
there.
I'd imagine, too, that Beto's gonna look out for him, too, if anything were to happen. And 4 versus 5-star things aside, I always thought Beto was meant to be one of the more powerful beings in Liyue. I know we're in Inazuma, but she's still pretty strong, all things considered. And Kazuha did, even if it was only temporarily, stop an attack from the Shogun. You know, one of these supreme. I mean, after the second Raiden Shogun character quest, I'm pretty sure A is actually stronger than the Shogun, which makes sense. We just weren't sure if, like, the corruption and such over time had made her a little bit weaker, but... So, basically, they're very similar in strength. I mean, 500-year battle and whatnot. That's not... I wonder if we're even going to see Beto, because it is Kazuha's character quest.
Hello.
We saw Ito's
Do you
in
know where Kazuha is?
Shinobu's hangout, so you never know.
Looking for Kazuha too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive after all.
No, did the samurai already...
Well, we took the small vessels into Rito on a routine supply run, only this time, as soon as we entered the harbor, we ran into a huge crowd of Inazumans, all of them wanting to know about Kazuha.
Why do I feel like this is a
Because of
bad
that
thing?
battle on Nizuchi Beach, Captain Beto had a great run there too, but I don't see her getting this kind of attention. Kazuha keeps to himself most of the time. In fact, there are times when he doesn't even listen to the captain. She just laughs it off.
It sounds exactly like Beto.
Oh, so you still don't know what he did.
I've heard bits and pieces. Something about him blocking the Raiden Shogun's
Oh,
Muso
maybe
no
that's why they want to
Hitotachi.
challenge him. I mean, we were just talking about that. That just didn't,
Is it really as big a deal as everyone's
Kind
making it out to
of.
be?
end up being the first thing that occurred to me.
Really? Wow.
Mhm.
When you put it like that, it all makes sense. In that case, his newfound stardom is well deserved.
Oh.
He was
Oh, they were
called away
sorry about that.
earlier by some people from the Tenryo Commission. They said they had something important to discuss with him. I thought they'd
I'm
come
surprised
to
I got
arrest him
around, though. I
first.
guess the rebel
Turns out
army
they
knew,
couldn't have
but...
been friendlier to him. Seems
Oh.
like they really respect the guy.
Just
Yeah, I'd
a little
imagine so.
while ago, this would have been completely unimaginable.
I mean, the Raiden Shogun's mindset is still that of a puppet to some extent, after all. I've really been confused, even after the second character quest, trying to figure out how all of that works. Because we obviously know that, to some extent, Scaramouche was modified, but Scaramouche was like the original puppet created by A. And then, you know, he obviously gained his own complete sentience. He was modified to some extent, though, by the Fatui. So on and so forth. We don't know where he is now. It's actually really hyped that we saw all of the Harbingers, though, in a recent trailer released. I was super excited about that. I don't know which ones are going to be playable, if any. Because, I mean, everybody was assuming the whole idea that all of them are playable isn't really valid anymore, given that, you know, Signora's coffin was there. But we'll see. I mean, I have my own theories. I have a really hard time imagining certain characters are playable, like Piero's a good example. I've seen the theory that people were saying that similar to Tartaglia and potentially Scaramouche, it's people that maybe would have a reason to eventually ally themselves with us could be playable. And so I think her name is Archuletto. People were comparing her a lot to like a black and white version of Eula. Because Tartaglia specifically says she can change sides on a whim, or something to that extent, but members like, I don't know, Dottore or Piero, I have a really hard time seeing them being playable. But at the same time, their allegiance is to the Tsaritsa, and you would have to assume that even if it is the Tsaritsa, the leader of the Fatui, all of the Archons will be playable at some point. But
Guess we'll go pay a visit
just some
to
interesting
the
thoughts.
Embryo Commission.
All right then. I'll just stay here and carry on trying to fend off the crowd.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought that that would be the reason. It makes sense, because so many people want to challenge Shogun, but at the same time, well, I was about to say maybe they just, challenge the Shogun, but we know how that's going to end up. So, maybe Kazuha is like the next best thing in a lot of people's eyes. It is pretty insane, though, that he blocked the Musono Hitotachi, because it's an island-splitting attack, Like, it's the entire reason we had to clear, like, the Electro off of a couple islands, wasn't it? Let's see, though. Wonder if we're gonna talk to, like, Sara or whatnot. Oh, no.
Oh? It's you.
Hi, Kazuha.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt decree. Since you're here, you're very welcome to listen in on the conversation.
They're
We
still
invited
talking
Mr.
about that,
Kaidahara
huh?
here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy. Also, I've been granted the chance to
Nice.
correct my clan's past mistakes, and for that, I'm deeply grateful.
Yeah, even if he's not,
The
like,
Almighty
physically
Shogun
super
has issued a
powerful,
large
like
array
is
of
mentioned
directives
in
aimed at
certain
resolving, or at least
storylines and
easing the
whatnot, Kamiji
tensions
seems
that
like a
have
good
built up over
leader.
the years. The Tri-Commission has made the recommendation to use this opportunity to restore the honor of the Kaidahara name. Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan, I trust that you're already somewhat informed?
Yep. I mean, we had that quest with the, where Kazuha learned about the whole blacksmith technique and whatnot. That was lost time. Just some interesting stuff such as that. So, we could say I've heard a thing or two.
In short, there was once a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly, responsible for upholding and further developing the traditional blade forging arts of the Almighty Shogun. The Kaidahara clan belonged to this class. But there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya.
Oh.
Both the Kaidahara and Kamisato clans were held accountable for lax oversight and entered a period of great turmoil.
So it's interesting that they would flee to Snezhnaya of everywhere when the Fatui, obviously nowadays, are causing trouble in literally every single nation. But you also have to consider, I mean, what state Inazuma was in for a long time. Prior to us arriving, it was shut down for, like, what was it, like a year completely, and there was a lot of just inner turmoil, with A herself really not being a part of things. It was just the emotionless shogun for such a long time. That's really interesting me, though, that, they went to Snezhnaya, of all places.
We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Fatui.
Okay, well, that makes more sense.
Attributing all of the blame to the Kamisato and Kaidahara clans was neither proper nor just. Considering Mr. Kaidahara has once more made an outstanding contribution to Inazuma, the Almighty Shogun believes he should not only be rewarded for his achievements, but also receive
The Shogun
recompense
or
for
A?
the excessive punishment borne by his clan in the past. In the interest of preventing further harassment of the Bladesmith clans by the Fatui, we chose not to publicly release the findings of our investigations into these matters. We trust you can understand why this was necessary.
Yeah, I'd
This
imagine
is
so.
a true honor. I am delighted to be in a position to receive the goodwill of the Almighty Shogun and the Shogunate at large.
It's always very humble.
However, would I be correct to assume that this magnanimous gesture does not come without some strings attached?
Yeah, probably.
I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek only to correct a past injustice. With the Kaidahara clan's reputation and occupation restored, the Kaidaharas will be bladesmiths once more, and your wanderings will finally come to an end.
Does he know how to craft a
You will
blade?
be able to lead a safe and prosperous life in Inazuma City with the Almighty Shogun's blessing and full support.
And is that
of
what
the
he
Shogunate.
wants? You know? He
I
seems
have
pretty
grown
happy with the
accustomed
crux.
to life among the elements.
Yeah.
I fear I would no longer feel at home behind the tall walls of a stately abode. Yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride in the name of Kaedahara, and the art of blade making for which it stood.
Oh.
I do have a responsibility to restore their honor.
I sense some hesitation in your words. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the malicious rumors currently circulating through the populace will disappear.
Malicious rumors? All we heard on the way here was so much praise that we almost wondered whether there
No, I
was
think
another
it suits
Kazuha
Kazuha.
in town.
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never be defeated. They cannot accept the idea that Mr. Kaedahara really
I don't know if
parried the
parrying it
Shogun's
though is
strike.
really defeating it. He still got like bashed back
Also,
immediately
eyewitnesses
afterwards.
saw him using the power of Electro in addition to that of Animo. As a result, the falsehood that Kaedahara Kazuha was using a delusion began to spread.
What? But that doesn't make sense. Using a
Well, I mean, it's
delusion
not like the
turns
use of
you
multiple
old and
visions, let
frail.
alone one that had already been
Kazuha's
deactivated,
still
is really
That
even
is
considered a
correct.
thing.
However, to some people, the idea of a single person wielding
Yeah.
two elements at once is a more
It's
inconceivable
not natural.
notion.
And he was only able to do it the once, so far
This
as we
is
know.
just one of many similar rumors. I am very uncomfortable with being the subject of public discussion, no matter whether it brings suspicion or stardom my way. But perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this situation will blow
Again,
over
does
more
he,
quickly.
I mean, the lost art of
This is precisely
blacksmithing,
why I
or like their
encourage you to give
specific
our offer
technique,
some serious thought. It
was,
stands to benefit
lost,
all
wasn't
of
it?
us.
Does he really know?
Please
Does he
allow
have
me
any
some
idea? I
time
know
to
we
consider.
thought to the truth behind it, but
In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well then, what brings the two of you here?
there's an angry samurai looking for
we
you.
really forgot
Yeah.
about the most important thing.
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me?
Who was his master though, actually? I don't remember.
No. This puzzles me as much as it does you.
Interesting.
My fighting forms were taught to me by my family,
Yeah, that makes sense.
based on techniques originally developed for blade testing.
Oh.
We undergo rigorous training to standardize every motion the blade is put through, so that each can be fairly assessed for quality.
That makes
Over
sense, I
time,
guess, to some
these
extent.
techniques came to form something of a Kaedahara sword art, focused on blade testing, but with a full repertoire of combat forms. Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used by samurai in battle. So it's hard to imagine that the similarity you speak of was coincidence alone.
Why didn't see like an animo
All the
vision
more
on that
reason to
samurai?
watch your
Can't
back.
imagine they could
This
use.
guy was a
the same
serious
techniques.
nutcase.
Yeah.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive. Anyone he targets is at risk of serious injury,
Yeah.
or worse.
Probably have to stop him. What I was about to say is, I think actually the reason it looked like Electro Swirl, at first I was thinking, okay, maybe it's the sword techniques plus maybe an Electro Vision on the samurai. It might have just been because we were using the Shogun, because we used the Shogun's ult immediately, and even when we had Eula out, the Raiden Shogun's E was up. So maybe that's it, because obviously it looked very similar to the technique in terms of the swirl Kazuha has. But just a thought.
In that case, I will send some men out immediately.
That would
to
be a
search
bad
for
idea,
him.
probably.
Thank you.
Well, they're gonna do it anyway.
I am now very curious about this matter, and I will also need some time to consider your offer. I will first join the Traveler in investigating the one who attacked her, then give you a conclusive answer upon my return.
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
Okay, well. I really wonder, I feel like this is one of those things.
Agency knows the most about what goes on in town.
Detective Agency, okay. So I feel like this is one of those things like Yelan's character quest, though, where I was like, oh, okay. Yelan's gonna become the new... I can't remember what it was called. Was it Tianchan? Was it something else, something like that? I can't remember. But at first I thought that's what was gonna happen, and then it took a completely different route, obviously there. I wonder if this is going to be one of those cases. I have a hard time seeing Kazuha as anything other than kind of a wanderer character, which is why I actually really, really like his character. Personally, I just really like that kind of wanderer. Almost like if you've ever seen, I don't know if there's an anime adaptation, but I remember reading Rurouni Kenshin a while back. That's what Kazuha's character really, really reminds me of. Just kind of a kind, sweethearted individual that kind of just wanders from place to place. Is basically a samurai. I have a hard time seeing him settling down and just becoming a blacksmith. also like saying goodbye to Beto and the Crux and everything. So I really don't think that's what's going to happen, but we'll have to see. There's always a chance.
Hey there! We'd like to ask you a quick question. Do you know if anyone around here has been looking for him? For Kaidahara Kazuha.
The issue is, like we were saying, just about everybody has been.
So this is the renowned Mr. Kaidehara. I've heard a lot about you. It is an honor to finally meet you today.
You are too kind. We are currently investigating an assault and would appreciate any help you can offer.
Oh? You were targeted in an assault? Let me think. I can't seem to recall anything of immediate interest. Mr. Kaidehara is currently the talk of the town, so there are always a lot of people looking for him.
To the point that they asked the
To be honest
detective
with you,
agency?
Our detective agency has recently been receiving many inquiries from
Oh,
people
wow.
wishing to obtain Mr.
That's
Kaidehara's
kinda
personal
creepy.
information. Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want.
Jeez.
If these were more legitimate commissions, Sango would have snapped them up in an instant.
Millions? Of Mora?
Yeah, probably not, Paimon.
Oh, wait, even at that price, you probably still shouldn't.
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
There we go. That's
Of
nice.
course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it.
Okay.
Sorry, I got a little off topic. What I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise
Yeah.
me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. Kaedehara.
If this was at a different
But
time,
I wouldn't
maybe.
know where to begin
But
if
right
we
now,
want to
no.
connect this with an assault.
Then let's put that connection aside for now. Have there been any other attacks or similar incidents recently that stand out as particularly unusual? The Tenryo Commission had very few leads. I thought you might have some information from different
possible,
sources.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets. But typically,
There's something
it's
on
only
the level of
most trivial
assault
events
you'd
that manage to escape their attention.
Figure they would probably know.
If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the
Yeah.
Tenryo Commission would absolutely get involved.
That does make sense. Uh-oh. Looks like the trail's already run cold.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people
It's just,
possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the first person you
Yeah.
targeted, someone is certain to have been hurt by now.
But the concern for me is that at the end of the day, if he was looking for Kazuha specifically, I just assumed it was someone who was like jealous or something like that of him being able to fend off the Muso no Hitotachi. But it makes me wonder, you know, maybe it is something personal. You never know with these character quests. I mean, I'm usually not good at predicting that type of thing. But if he was only attacking people who seem like they could have been Kazuha, since we are known to have animal powers as well, even if we don't have a vision specifically. And I guess even though, you know, we're playing female traveler, she's also got a lighter hair shade, stuff like that. Like, I can't imagine the samurai, unless they are really just looking for fights, would
I
really
am well aware of your talents.
mistake anyone else, you know?
There is no need to be humble around
Not that many
me.
animal vision
In
holders.
fact, I'm
Guess
quite
there's, like,
relieved
Sayu,
that you were
but
the one he targeted.
Not Nina
It
Izuma.
would cause me
And he
great
wouldn't
grief
confuse
to
Sayu,
see
obviously.
someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me. For the poor victim, this would be a completely senseless crime.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
But I could be completely wrong. Maybe it's just a crazy samurai.
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero they make you out to be, Mr. Kaedehara. Surely this same concern for your fellow man is what drove you to fearlessly raise your blade
Yep.
against the almighty Shogun.
We were pretty
You
dead if
flatter
you
me.
didn't.
Truth be told, I don't know quite what came over me in that moment.
You are much too humble. Don't worry, I completely understand your concerns. I will try my best to gather whatever leads I can for you. Oh, actually, there was
Now
one
he
strange
remembers.
incident over the last few days. It doesn't involve an attack,
Oh.
though.
Nah, yeah.
Let me tell you about it just in case.
Okay.
Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better.
All right then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at
Oh.
around the same time. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato, The other, Amenoma Yuya, is a samurai from the Amenoma clan.
Isn't that the name of one of the craftable
Now
swords?
there's a familiar name.
Yeah, like the Amenoma, was it
Right.
Kageuchi?
Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smith.
Oh, and another swordsmith.
Two grown men going missing at the same time.
Maybe the samurai just wants a fancy
Their
sword.
cases are likely connected.
Who knows?
I don't know much in the way of details. I recalled this because Amenoma Yuya is also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the blade. Perhaps he is the one you are looking for.
Understood, though it seems highly unlikely to me. I neither know this man, nor do I have any idea why he may wish to attack me.
Sure, can't hurt.
Other
We
swordsmiths
never
could
know
be
what we
jealous
might
as
find
well, I
out along the way.
guess, at the
Thank you, Ryuji.
potential
We'll
competition
start
coming
by
back,
making
but
some inquiries at the Amenoma Smithy.
I don't know.
Sounds good.
Seems a bit.
All the best with your
bit of a stretch.
investigation. I'll get moving shortly myself.
Oh well, it's right here apparently.
Ah, if it isn't Kaedehara Kazuha. What brings you here today?
You two know each other?
Yeah, they're swordsmiths, you'd imagine.
Yes, the Kaedehara and Amenoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, there have always been deep links between the two clans. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amenoma to
Okay.
pay my respects.
Interesting.
Yes, you may
That kind of
recall the
rules out, I
story
think,
of the
jealousy,
Raiden
at least
Gokaden
from
the Iridori festival.
this particular man.
Though all bladesmiths trace their craft back to the same source, over time, each of us has arrived at a different blade-making philosophy, spawning the development of different branches of the same art.
It's like music or drawing and
As an
such.
example, the Amenoma art strives to emulate the abiding patience and determination of water as it turns stone to sand. There is nothing mystical to our work. There is only practice, day in and day out, until both body and mind have memorized the craft, turning each motion of every technique into an intrinsic part of the bladesmith's life.
Okay.
As for the art of the Kaedehara clan, I believe it's called the Ishin art.
Okay.
That's right. Ishin art strives for complete harmony between blade and mind
Harmony,
from
huh?
the moment that forging begins.
Sounds just
For
pretty
only
similar
a
to his
blade
character.
thus forged can capture and convey its maker's thoughts and feelings, and eventually become an extension of its wielder's will.
okay.
Indeed. Most samurai choose their blades, but an Ishin blade chooses its owner. You are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade. It gladdens my heart to see that although the Kaedehara clan has fallen on hard times, its ideals and virtues are alive and well.
That just reminds me of the wand
You
chooses the wizard.
My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments, not by any noble aspirations on behalf of my clan. But let's get back on topic. The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing nephew. We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing.
Ah, yes. My nephew. I reported the case to the Tenryo Commission, but I haven't heard anything back so far.
Well,
He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss on what to make of it, but I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile. All I can do now is wait for the news from the Tenryo Commission.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too. Know anything about that?
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic look and said that he was going to give me a
Great
great
gift, huh?
gift.
That's
I believe
interesting.
he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato after that.
oh wow.
The next thing I heard was that a fire had broken out at the warehouse. And neither of them came back.
Interesting. Really does make me wonder if maybe this doesn't have anything to do with Kazuha actually having you know, blocked the Raiden Shogun's technique after all, and maybe it is just something to do with the samurai looking for a specific
Yes.
swordsmith.
Strange,
It's
isn't
possible.
it? I wonder what could have caused it. Unfortunately, there was very little evidence left behind, so nobody knows what really happened.
Do you have any thoughts on what Yuya may have wanted to give you?
If I had to guess, it must have been some kind of rare weapon. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to get my hopes up.
It's an elderly blacksmith,
He's never been
you know.
particularly interested in blade forging, but has always had a fondness for blade testing, and can sense even the most minute differences in blade quality. He is extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art of the sword.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be objectionable. The person we are looking for, he attacked this friend of mine. Based on the evidence we have gathered so far, only Yuya seems to match the suspect's profile.
Do you really
What?
think it's him, though?
No, absolutely impossible. Yuya is not that kind of person. He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with the goal of calming his mind. He has never gotten into a fight before.
Is that so?
Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain,
Interesting.
it's that Yuya would never draw his blade without a very good
Well,
reason.
very good reason is kind of
But-
subjective, no?
With that said, it's equally out of character for him to just disappear with neither farewell nor fair warning. I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced or otherwise compelled by circumstances unbeknownst to me. Anyway, should you find him,
Yeah,
please
sure.
let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry, you have our word.
No reason not to.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well.
Yeah. Well, let's go ask the other...
Yes. It sounds as if
Swordsmithing
something
family.
happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Nagato household.
Well, he did mention he wasn't sure maybe if he was coerced, so maybe it could be a threat. It could be a number of things, honestly. And again, it might not even be that particular person. You just never know. But we'll just have to see. I don't know if it's just me, though. I'm sure there are people who, like, already predicted by this point in the story what's going on, who it is and such. And if it's... I just don't know. Like I said, I'm not really good at predicting this kind of thing. It's maybe why I enjoy it so much, honestly. I really like a lot of the story quests in this game. I think they've done a good job.
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now.
We're not debt
My
collectors.
husband has gone missing, and I'm still trying to find him.
Oh, no.
No, you misunderstand us. We are here to help with the investigation. We'd like to ask
How
you
long
some
ago did they
questions about
disappear?
Mr. Nagato's
Was it a while
disappearance,
ago?
if we may.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again. I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state. Has some new information come out? Do you know where he's gone?
I'm afraid we don't have any new information at the moment. We're still trying to find out as much as we can to inform our search. With this in mind, can we perhaps ask some questions about your family's current situation?
Yeah, maybe that's what drove the other guy to maybe threaten or coerce him.
Paimon's struggling to understand why a collector would be strapped for Mora.
That's a long story. Ever since I've known him, he's been an avid collector of all sorts of things. He'd always get so animated when he was showing them to me. I knew nothing about the items myself, but seeing how enthusiastic and excited they made him, I was happy to believe that they were just extremely important to him.
That's really sweet,
Everything
actually.
was fine when we first got married, but as time went by, things
Is he becoming a
changed for the
hoarder
worse.
rather than a collector?
Uh-oh, what happened?
He lost his sense of restraint.
Yeah.
He started buying more and more things, and even
Well, in that
resorted
case,
to
they're probably
borrowing
sitting on
money
a
just so
collection
he
that
could pay for
might
them.
be worth some stuff,
Our
but...
expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. There were days when he'd spend hours down at the warehouse admiring his weapons.
The
even
same
as
warehouse
debt
that got set
collectors
on
were
fire?
descending upon our house. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. Just sat there staring at them like he was in a trance. I'm happy he has a hobby and I'm willing to support him. But making ends meet has to come first. I've tried talking to him about it so many times, but he never listens.
That's unfortunate.
On the last day that I
Finances in
saw
a
him,
relationship
I
are...
gave him an ultimatum.
They can be difficult.
I said, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me.
In the current state of things, that's maybe understandable.
And that led to an argument.
Oh, I'm sure it did, but...
Actually, it didn't.
Oh, what?
Generally, he's a quiet man who likes to go with the flow. On most things, he leaves the decision-making to me. You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink.
I think it's very fair,
After
all
I
things
said
considered.
those words, he froze and was silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell. His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family?
Yeah, that's really, really sad. I'm sure that obviously finally got to the guy, but again, you have to consider, like, you have to set some kind of limit. If he's literally just spending all of their finances, that's money they're taking away from their children and from their ability to provide for themselves. They're obviously swimming in debt. Like, you have to do
Had
something.
I not indulged his bad habits, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a predicament. And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me. The next thing I heard
Maybe
was
both.
that our warehouse had caught fire, and both he and the buyer had gone missing.
I see.
Oh, I see, so...
I understand. Ame no Yuya came to purchase
Yeah,
a weapon from Mr.
he was a buyer
Nagato.
then.
During the sale, a fire broke out at the warehouse, and both men disappeared.
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an argument over the price.
I don't know. So honestly, as messed up as it might be to say, the first thing I think of when I think of something like that, now knowing that this guy was basically in crippling debt because he wouldn't get rid of his collection, it almost makes me wonder if this is like an insurance fraud. I don't even know if insurance is a thing in like the Genshin Impact world, but that's like the first thing that comes to my mind. I don't know if that's messed up to say, but
my husband
I
has
don't
never
know.
been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so it's hard to imagine him getting into a fierce argument.
Maybe he was feeling the pressure from the debts?
I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse burned down.
although if I burn down
Perhaps
everything,
he's too
you
afraid
know.
to come home now that all his collectibles have been lost in the fire, and he's got no way to pay off our debts.
That's really sad.
Even though I'm still a little mad at him, we're a family, and I want us to face our family's crisis together.
I really hope
As
it...
long as he's willing to turn over
Yeah.
a new leaf, I know we can work things out.
I really hope it wasn't actually
Please
him
don't get
intentionally setting the
upset.
fire, though.
There could be more to this situation than meets
Yeah,
the eye.
I'd much rather be an accident.
If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, it is quite unusual for this habit to change so drastically over a short period. But the information we gathered from the other side suggests Ame no Yuya is also a mild-mannered man who would not be likely to
So?
start an argument.
Could be a third party.
This situation is getting a little confusing.
A little confusing? More like completely mystifying.
Let's try a change of scenery and see if we can piece together what we've learned. Rest assured, we'll notify you if we find anything.
Thank you so much. I just want him to come home.
Just goes back to what I always say, though. Relationships are hard. Like, it's not always just a
Based on the
straight up answer.
information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance. The fire at the warehouse likely played a part
Yeah.
in how the situation unfolded, though its exact role is a mystery. Do you have any thoughts?
Not particularly, honestly, at the moment.
Well,
Too much left up in the
I
air
was
for me to think,
thinking
but...
that maybe someone accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and,
It's... That technically could have happened, but, yeah.
Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over over to you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, see, this is, I mean, the argument just, now that we know the backstory behind both of these characters, obviously, like, desperation, the debt could have come into play. I have a hard time thinking it was an argument. This is what I'm thinking the most part, but I think you should probably just say we're missing crucial information, because we are.
I very much agree with you. It seems highly likely that we're missing a piece of the puzzle. Working off what we know so far, there are too many things that don't add up. The chances are that there are still some clues left for us to discover.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
One fact that I keep coming back to is that Amenoma Yuya is polite and well-mannered, while Mr. Nagato is introverted and passive. Neither seems like the type of person who is inclined towards initiating conflict.
And let me tell you, that samurai
Mr.
that attacked
Nagato,
us
being heavily
was.
in debt, is also the only one of them with the potential motive to disappear after the fire. The more I ponder it, the more puzzling it becomes. Just what could have happened there?
It's in the story quest. So, like, maybe it's hard to say, because obviously if this wasn't part of a literal game story quest, I'd be like, oh, maybe there isn't a connection, and maybe there wouldn't be, but
right.
You know,
although the time frame
seems a bit
to
odd if it
broadly
wasn't.
match, no other details that we've learned seem to link the two events together. Amenoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker, namely that he is principally a practitioner of the blade testing techniques of Amenoma art, not those of the combat-oriented Ishin art.
Darn! We thought we could get two birds with one stone here, but at this rate, it's starting to look like a wild goose chase.
Maybe. I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Let's keep going, since we've come this far. If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and Mrs. Nagato will be able to get some closure.
Okay, but where should we go now?
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse. There's still a chance we may be able to find some shreds of evidence.
Yeah, maybe. It's just, again, like the fact that if it is, you know, if he was an avid collector, I have a really hard time imagining him just burning it down. Again, I brought up like the whole potential insurance scam / fraud type of thing, but even then, like Kazuha said, habits don't change instantly.
Wait.
Can't imagine he would have just burned down all of his
I hear
collection.
something ominous in the wind.
Especially since, as his wife pointed out, that was like their one way to pay back their debt.
Sounds that only you can hear. As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing down that vision thief at Beto's tournament, so...
That was a long time ago, but yeah, that's a good point.
Now I'm picking up a strong scent in addition to the sound. It's right around here somewhere.
Okay.
But there's nothing here.
It's gone now,
Yeah.
but I can still sense the direction it left in. It felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma.
Interesting.
The remnants of the Tatarigami. Indeed. But this unexpected spring of inauspicious energy may prove to be of benefit to our investigation.
Yeah,
We should
maybe.
remain vigilant and approach slowly.
Huh.
So it's an underground warehouse.
The force is definitely coming from down below. The source of the Tatarigami energy has long since left this place, but the residue it left behind still hasn't dissipated completely. Judging from the
Interesting.
concentration, I would have to conclude that the Tatarigami source resided here for a very long time.
Mrs. Nagato said her husband used to hang around the warehouse by himself a lot.
It could well be that he was already under the influence of Tatarigami energy at that time.
Maybe, but maybe not.
From
I mean,
what I've been
who knows?
told,
It's interesting.
Tatarigami does not turn all upon whom it preys into violent monsters.
Yeah, could it be
But
similar
most
to
will
Yamigo's
develop a
character quest,
stubborn
where he's
streak
being
upon
possessed?
being exposed to the Tatarigami's unfulfilled will. Their interests become fanatical obsessions. Mr. Nagato had an interest in
go.
collecting to begin with. The influence of Tatarigami could explain why he became an obsessive hoarder, amassing more and more possessions, even as he put himself in grave debt.
You never know with Inazuma.
So what should we do now? Go down and take a look?
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Step back. I'll open the door and take a look inside.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, with the presence of the yokai and all that stuff in Inazuma, you obviously have things like the Adeptus and Liyue, the Great Wolf, Andreas, you know, Dvalin in Mondstadt, but if I expect some, like, day-to-day person to be affected by something supernatural of the three nations we've been so far, it would be in Inazuma.
If we don't open this door, we can move no closer to the truth. You needn't worry. Both of us have faced far greater dangers than this.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking, the risk here is trivial.
What are they gonna do? Introduce a new weekly world boss in Kazuha's quest? You know, like...
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing.
That was too scary. Paimon was so
Oh my
sure that
gosh.
the warehouse boogeyman was about to jump out at us.
All we can do now is keep searching in the direction that the Tatarigami energy source left this place. 2 ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. I fear much misfortune has already befallen them.
Yeah, let's hurry.
Yes, let's go. If nothing else, it's vital that we find out where this Tatarigami energy is coming from. Quiet your mind and focus on what you sense around you. Perhaps you too will perceive its ominous presence in the wind.
Yeah, maybe. Doesn't look like it's too far. Is it literally this giant? Yeah, is it this giant black cloud? Because, I mean, that'll do it.
From this point, the trail appears to split into 2.
Oh, are we gonna split
The
up?
main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance, but a small portion remained here.
Oh, okay, maybe not then.
And seems to be dissipating slowly. Quite possibly.
Interesting.
Let's search the area.
Whoa! Look at all those hilly churls. They're acting
Why are there
really
humans
strangely.
here?
Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
Number of times we just see Hilichurls kind of minding their own business and we just beat the crud out of them, though. It's kind of messed up. The more I think about it, you know?
It's...
Ugh! Look at this red stuff.
It's not blood, is it? This is a pretty family-friendly game. I can't
By
imagine
the looks of it, a letter.
Oh, okay.
Written on a piece of torn clothing. The ink is bone dry. It must have been written quite some time ago. Well, let's take a look.
I am Nagato. I was wounded by Ame no Yuya. Interesting. Okay, well, there's that. He took my most precious blade. I chased him, but could not catch him. I lay down here to rest on account of my exhaustion. I thought that I might croak right here. My stomach kept on bleeding, but it seems that some strange power sustained me. Why did he steal that blade? I was going to sell it to him. He even burned my warehouse down. Jeez. Okay, well. Something's wrong with Ame no Yuma. It hurts. It hurts. But for some reason I can't fall unconscious, so all I can do to distract from the pain is write. What will happen to Sachiko, Yuichi, and Yuji? I'm sorry to them. I really am. Only now do I realize how stuck in my ways I was, and how blind to my obsession. I must have been cursed. I collected all those strange and bizarre things, but they won me not one iota of happiness or warmth. Put all of it together, and it still wouldn't have been worth a single word from her mouth. Thank you. And sorry for letting you down, Sachiko. That's really, really depressing, actually. Makes you wonder if there is something even more, like maybe Nagato's no longer possessed, if that was the case, suppose, going on. I'm still unclear, but that's... Hopefully he's alright.
According to this letter, a conflict arose because Ame no Yuya wanted to seize a blade belonging
In that
to
case,
Mr.
though,
Nagato.
The Ame Noma
Yuya
family might
started the fire
be able to pay off their debt because they owe them.
and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight. Mr. Nagato kept chase as long as he could, eventually stopping here to write this letter when his strength gave out.
Okay.
So, where is he?
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami. Add to that the fact that its
Yeah.
aura seems to have
And
attracted
we didn't see a
horde of
body.
monsters, and I'm afraid he may no longer be with us. Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond after this point, they've since been disturbed by the hilly churls. There's nothing more for us to find here.
Yeah. Well, ask the Tenor Commission to look.
Yes. Right now, we need to uncover some more important truths. If Ame no Mayuya is attacking other people indiscriminately, then the longer we take to find him, the more people risk meeting the same tragic end.
Right. So let's get moving.
It's
I
not in
wouldn't
his
be
nature from what
surprised
we.
if he too fell prey to the influence of the Tatarigami. For a practitioner of the martial arts, the easiest desire to inflame would be their pursuit of further power and skill.
We've seen that quite a few
All the
times with
clues that at
otherworldly
first
beings in
seemed
Inazuma.
disparate and disconnected. It seems that now we know the thread that runs between them. I have a hypothesis that, if it's correct, not only explains the series of events leading to the two men's disappearance, but also zeroes in on the attacker's identity.
And it's
You figured it out? So these two cases are connected after all?
potentially.
I believe so.
Yeah.
But it's
Like I said, I mean,
something
it's
of
in
an
the story
outlandish
quest, so
idea.
surely,
I
right?
will only be able to confirm my suspicions once we've met him in person. On with the search. We must stay vigilant. At any point now, we may find ourselves in danger.
Let's see where we're going. Wind tunnels, huh? Oh. That's... Oh. There we go. I don't know if you're not supposed to push anything these wind tunnels, I swear. To this day, you know? Nope, gotta push something. They always just seem like slightly disconnected.
He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here? Is there anything special about this place?
I'm not sure.
Huh.
But on closer examination, I sense that the aura may have lingered here at several different points in time. Show yourself! It's no use hiding anymore.
Oh, is that the samurai that attacked us?
Haidehara Kazuha,
Oh, okay.
it's you, at last.
Aha! So it is the same guy from before. What's your problem, huh?
Ooh, sorry, I had to
What
cough.
could you possibly have against Kazuha?
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Ame no Mayuya that stands before us.
Yeah, is it actually him?
But what if instead of facing Ame no Mayuya, we are in
Oh,
fact
okay,
facing
another
the
cursed blade.
in his hand?
We've seen something like that before. It's not like it's that crazy.
Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light. Whoa, whoa! Surely you don't mean... Are you serious?
Hey, you don't know, Paimon.
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organisms in its vicinity. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years,
Oh, okay.
affecting his state of mind, and more recently using the sale as a means to affect, or rather as a means to occupy, Ame no Mayuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth of the matter.
So it is the blade possessing them.
Many,
cool.
many years ago, I was forged by a famed bladesmith of the Ishin
Oh, okay, so a
tradition.
member of Kazuha's family.
I was his pride and joy. In me, he placed all his hopes and dreams. As a descendant of the Kaidehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaden.
Yeah.
Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was to flee the nation by sea on a ship bound for Snezhnaya. He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his craft. There was nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith.
Well, the Shogun was a
Sure
puppet.
enough,
Nobody
in the
really
end,
knows that, but the Shogun was
He
a puppet,
achieved what
not
he had set out to do.
quite the
All
same
of
thing.
his life's work, his wisdom, his skill, it culminated in
okay.
his creation
His regret, too,
of
I'd imagine.
me. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own. In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
Yet, why are you still here if you were going to give that credit to Shinznaya or the family?
Can become conscious and control people?
We have
The
seen...
people of the time in which I was
like,
born never
way
believed
crazier
I had
things.
that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon.
Interesting.
But that gave me the opportunity to take action. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of Inazuma. Moving from one person to the next, I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my ancestral home.
That's kind of crazy. So, on that note, though, I've seen... I don't know if it's accurate, if there's any, like, actual basis for it, but I know there's, like, a fan-made map, potentially, of the entirety of Teyvat. And on that map, I think Shinznaya was, like, to the northwest of Liyue. But I don't know. I mean, there's arguments against that. Like, people are saying... According to that map, and to be fair, kind of according to the current Teyvat map, Liyue doesn't necessarily look like it's the biggest area in terms of landmass. Who really knows? But that's... if that is the case, again, I know that was... I don't know if there's bases behind that map, but it was really cool, honestly. I'd have to look it up again just to see. But if that is the case, though, potentially this blade had to travel from, you know, user to user through several lands and across the ocean. Because, I mean, looking at the map, I don't know if there's anything further east or south of Inazuma for the most part, or if everything else really does branch off more towards the western side of Teyvat by Liyue and Mondstadt. Because, I mean, that's where the chasm branched off, but obviously the chasm was always going to be right next to Liyue. Just a thought, though.
I seek but one thing.
I don't know where Sumeru attaches to the
face
map either.
Full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power.
Oh, so he wants Kazuha to be his wielder.
Of Ishin art.
Really didn't see this coming.
So Amenoma Yuya was not your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you've finished using them?
My
Oh, no.
hosts. Who cares what happens to them? They are but tools that serve my mission.
Ironic that a sword's saying that
When
about
they
its
got
wielders,
tired
isn't it?
Or injured or unusable, I hopped to the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to Inazuma.
You're awful.
That really is some irony, though,
After
isn't
I
it?
returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse until Amenoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver platter. At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amenoma Yuya's body, I have found you.
Interesting.
By your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden
I don't think a
Shogun.
fancy sword, even with Kazuha's skill, is quite
Kaidehara
enough.
Kazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other.
It
to
also took a
serve
second
as
vision
my host
activating.
for what is to come.
You know, which I don't think he can do again.
Now, give your body over to me.
I wonder if he does it to... Okay, never mind. I was about to say, I wonder if he does it to sacrifice himself, but... It's just, let's use Kazuha a bit. Wrong button. Yeah, I really like Kazuha's playstyle. I just think it's cool. Obviously good crowd control. I can see why he's considered very meta, but... Oops. Still dead. Like I said, I don't really roll on characters for meta. I just roll on the characters that I like the most. Or the like either lore-wise or really fun to play. Like, I still, to this day, use Raiden Eula. I think every stream I've done so far, I've used Raiden
Stand in
Eula.
my way, or I will
Really
strike
love the
you
comp.
down too.
Your bluff's fooling no one. You've lost.
Lost. I can never lose. It is this body that has reached its limit, nothing more. Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls will not be me, but this man.
You just, like, break the blade, though,
He
or
is
toss
but
it
a
into the
puppet
ocean.
that can be replaced. I
Yeah.
can take a new vessel at will.
Yeah.
The end result is the same. I will end this wretch's life before you can lift a finger. And even if I were to lose my physical form, it is but a small setback.
Oh,
My consciousness shall endure.
I didn't know that was a thing.
By any means necessary and any medium available, I shall return and fulfill my destiny!
This blade does realize, though, like, again, I don't know how much maybe things have been blown out of proportion. Kazuha at this point seems to become, like, a bit of a local legend. But again, he barely held off the Musanohi Dotachi. We don't know if that was necessarily a full strength one either. Obviously, the Shogun was aiming to kill. And again, it took him activating his friend's vision at the same time. And even then, he got bashed away immediately afterwards. Though it is a fancy looking blade, you know, you never know how much of a difference that could make.
Your fighting
It's hard to
style,
imagine still.
it is indeed the forms of Ishin art.
Hmm.
But from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance.
And that goes against
as
the
well as
harmony
a thinly
that he was
veiled
talking about earlier.
mania and despair.
Really? You can tell all that just from his moves?
As I've mentioned before, the forms of Ishin art convey the user's thoughts and feelings. Since the blade is currently possessing Amenome Yuya's body, its movements express the innermost thoughts of the blade. If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition. You believe I am your only hope.
Are you trying to claim that I am helpless without you? On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin Art's secrets. The little that you know
Interesting.
barely scratches the surface. In that regard, why would I ever need your help?
Because all of that is in the past. I've been
Jeez.
wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess its owner. Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your time. You were trapped. After all
The
the
blade didn't
time
deny
that's
it.
passed, you have grown weak. To the point that you are now unable to acquire a new host without making physical contact.
Interesting.
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now. Mr.
Yeah.
Nagato had a habit of never touching his collectibles.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed
It's always
his
good when
wife's
little details like
distress
that become
and
important.
decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to Amenome Yuya and make your escape.
And what of it?
Well, that brings me to my second point. There's a despair in you that is so strong it threatens to overwhelm you. You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand and too heavy for you to bear. Each step you have taken has come at a great cost. I think you realized your limitations long ago. The more you clenched your teeth and pressed forward, the greater your fear of losing everything you had achieved grew, and the more you wished to run from the truth. But the way I see it, what began as an ambition has long since become a delusional fantasy.
What would you know about any of this? I'm just one step away from achieving my goal.
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. But to make this arduous journey, you committed countless atrocities and showed a blatant disregard for human life. Even if you were to sever that divine light, is this truly the outcome that your maker would have desired?
You'd imagine not, but it's just crazy.
You-
Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding.
Well, Kazuha is really
How
not holding
could you
anything back.
possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you
Yeah.
act in perfect discordance with the principle of harmony between a blade and its bearer?
Silence, you blabbering fool. I must achieve my goal.
Huh.
This was his life's dream and the very purpose for which I was brought into being. I will concede that you are most perceptive. You see my predicament clearly. But you also
Maybe.
underestimate my resolve.
Me just
And
they're
you
just standing there right
should
next to him.
face reality.
Easy for you to
Jeez.
say. Facing reality offers me nothing.
I mean, it is a sword.
I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitation, not self-reflection, and certainly not your so-called reality. It is pointless to argue further, descendant of the Kaedahara clan. If you wish to save this man,
Yeah. This goes back to what I was saying earlier, though. I wonder if he'll sacrifice himself. Maybe it'll be
How
like, ooh.
stubbornly you stick to your wayward path.
Maybe it'll be like, I kind of doubt it'll be like this, but this almost makes me wonder if it'll be similar to Togakiro and Ryu in Shaman King. I don't remember if this happens in the anime because the anime strayed really far, though I do think they're remaking it or have remade it recently to follow the original Shaman King manga. Because it's one of those series like Akame got killed that the sequel can't really happen because of what they did when the anime caught up to the manga. But I wonder if it'll be something like that, where Yo, I think it was, willingly let Togakiro possess him to save Ryu's life, and that touched Togakiro so much that he stopped. I don't know if that'll be the case here, though. It kind of seems unlikely.
I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the almighty Shogun in your current state.
Jeez.
So let us make a bet, and I will put your strength to the test.
Okay.
What? Surely you're not planning to agree to his demands.
Very well.
Okay.
Then find yourself some enemies with whom you wish to cross blades. A taste of my power will more than convince you. Once we have dealt with
So it seems like I was wrong. But like I said, that was the first thing that came to my mind.
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose, you must release Amenoma Yuya from your control.
Okay.
I accept.
Don't do this, Kazuha!
Yeah, this is pretty risky, but you never know.
This is the only way to save Amenoma Yuya. If we don't do this, he'll forever be the Blade's puppet.
He's trying to save Yuya, although Yuya still might be held
The cursed
accountable for the
Blade's
murder,
strength is
you know.
currently very weak, and I sense he's hesitating. This suggests his heart is still not completely devoid of honor. The power of the Tatarigami lies in intensifying existing obsessions. This is the reason Mr. Nagato and Amenoma Yuya fell prey to it. Since I don't have any similar kinds of obsessions, I should be able to put up some resistance for a while.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Even so...
Even if things take a turn for the worse, I still have you both here with me. We have a chance here to save an innocent victim. I am willing to accept the risks entailed.
It's very like Kazuha. That is one reason why I really, really love his character, though, is he's perceptive, but not in, like, the keen, like, sly way as, like, say, Yelan, or maybe Ningguang or Yaimiko. He's very, very, like, perceptive in the sense that he's just very open-hearted. He's got a very clear mind, you know, stuff like that. He doesn't worry about those types of things. It's why I have a hard time seeing him settling down even to restore the Kaedahara clan's honor as, like, a swordsmith, because I think he's really come to enjoy his lifestyle with Beidou as a bit of a wanderer, you know? But
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance. I agreed to this bet because there are things I wish to learn too. Now, take me in your hand.
It's a fancy looking sword, though. I wonder if it's the same thing as the Dragon Spine sword where we get a free sword. I think I'd heard that you get a new 4-star sword. I wonder if this is it. Let's see.
Kazuha?
He's fine. It's Kazuha. Yeah, see?
I'm okay. I felt a little dizzy at first, but only for a moment. It's all right. So far, this was as I expected. I will. Thank you.
What should we do next? Have you
Yeah, is there like, is this where we do our domain for the story quest or something, I'd imagine?
Find some enemies. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably hasn't experienced many real fights. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and bearer, it cannot unleash its true power. If he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it. He shouldn't last long in an intense combat situation.
That is one heck of a bet to take.
Paimon remembers hearing about something from the Adventurers Guild. Since the Takasukasa clan abandoned that secret base, it's been held by Ronin ever since.
All right. Please lead the way.
Okay,
What
let's head that way.
about Amenoma Yuya? What should we do with him?
He's
The
gonna...
blade says He'll let Amenoma Yuya trail us silently.
Oh, okay.
Although he hasn't regained his own consciousness yet, he is not in any
Interesting.
immediate danger.
Are we sure this is a good idea? It's a pretty treacherous
If we let him go back on his
journey.
own, he's going to be accused for murder.
Okay,
So,
fine. Just
you know.
be careful.
And that's if he ends up being okay. And also if the blade will let him go, which I don't think will be the case. So, doesn't hurt to bring him along. This is probably best we can get there. But honestly, really liking this story. It's interesting. It does, to me, very much seem pretty close to the that one corrupted blade type quest. But obviously with quite a few differences still. Pretty unique though. Again, I really like how there were little details though, like Nagato never touched his collections directly, stuff like that, that obviously they planned out, but seeing those little details really pay off to me has always been really cool in games. Just things that, like, you hear in passing, so, like, they're in your mind, obviously, but they're just not the first thing you think of, and then all of a sudden it becomes very, very relevant. Super cool. Team, I'm sure it gives us the, it should give us Kazuha as a 5th member. I don't know, I keep wanting to try out different teams, like the, I've got a Ganyu team I use for farming that I need to switch out Raiden Shogun. It's not been that helpful for this farming team, and then I do use a Hu Tao team for my 2nd Abyss team. But I've just, literally ever since the Raiden Shogun came out on our first banner and I got her, I fell in love with Raiden Eula. It's been one of my favorite comps ever. But I've been meaning to try different comps. I'd like to try Raiden National with Yelan instead. It just, I have like a level 70 Bennett, but to me, Bennett's one of those characters that, like, I find the character endearing, but Bennett's so broken. It's just like, I don't know. I did used to play Zhongling a little bit though. Genuinely, before I even know she was really, really good. And I was just a new player. I remember to myself I used Zhongling, Kaya, and trying to remember who else. I used various other characters for a while. I actually used Kuching as my main DPS because she was the first 5-star I got. And I used Jean as my main healer for a very long time as well. Because I lost my first 4 50/50s to, I believe it was literally 3 Kuching and a Jean. Which is ironic because people always meme about getting Chi-Chi. But I have a C0 Chi-Chi, a C0 Mona, I think I have a C1 D-Luke. But C2 Kuching, I literally had a C2 Kuching before I had every single one of the 5 standard banner 5-stars. And before I'd consult anyone else. And now I have a C3 Jean. I know we lost our Yelan 50/50 to Jean. I don't know what it is, but Kuching and Jean are my versions of Chi-Chi in this game, I swear. Makes me really worry, because I'd ideally win, you know, I don't expect it. I usually expect to go to Soft Pity and lose 50/50 both times. But, again, Yoimi is the last character now that I really, really want to get. Oh, we only have Kazuha. But I'm not super, like, I know it wasn't quote-unquote supposed to be leaked, but I'll probably roll for Kale. Because unless you get really unlucky, obviously 4 stars are a little bit more attainable. But I think his name's Tainari. I'm not really looking towards that new first Dendro 5-star. If I'm going to get it under 5-star from the ones I've seen, it's probably just going to be Kusanali. But I really like the design of the Electro character releasing, so if she's the 2nd banner, maybe I can roll on her. I don't know.
On this journey to me.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone will get reruns due by the end of 3.0. That's how it goes, you know? I mean, the longest character from Inazuma to not get a rerun would have been, it's either Yoimi or Kazuha. I think it is Kazuha though, but Yoimi obviously took a while as well. So. Yeah, I just think Kazuha has a fun playstyle. And a super pretty looking burst. I don't know how far it sucks in enemies though. Yeah, like, that's just by himself with the torches in the nearby area.
You okay?
I'm alright. The blade is performing largely as I expected. Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use.
He's just roasting this blade everywhere
He's
they
making
go.
every effort to persevere. I do not think he can last much longer.
Is he gonna break the blade? Then maybe use his skills as a swordsmith to reforge it? That'd be interesting.
How strange. Rather than trying to control me, he is instead trying to match my fighting rhythm.
So it's making an honest
Let's
effort.
keep going.
There you go, trying to match the whole harmony deal. Even if, you know, it's failing. I wonder what set they gave. Obviously, we have that weapon, the prized Ishin blade. Yeah, this must be the new 4-star that you get. So it's an attack-based blade. When a normal charge or plunging attack hits an opponent, it releases a cursed spirit dealing AoE damage equal to 100, restoring attack's HP. Okay, that's interesting. This effect can be triggered with the damage done by this weapon's bow. Oh, what? Maybe that's just part of the story quest. Even so, I'm using like an R1 Iron Sting. This kind of seems like it's more of a main DPS Kazuha weapon minus, you know, this whole shtick. Obviously, like, he can heal himself and such with this, but I wonder how much different. That right there seems like it can't be something that's, you know, actually part of their weapon. Otherwise, it'd be a terrible weapon. They give him Noblesse Oblige. Yeah, I mean, Viridescent is Viridescent. It looks like, oh, I was gonna say, they usually give us C3 as well. Yeah. Interesting. Alright, free chest. Sick. That's 5 for a Primo scan under with the Primos.
Let's get down to business.
Yeah. Now, I don't know. I like the idea of Animo crowd control. I've never been big on Venti's design. I don't mind the character. There's not really any characters in Genshin Impact that I really just dislike, but was never interested in rolling for Venti.
It's my lucky day. The birds call into the wind.
Yeah, they very clearly put those torches there as an intentional design. If he's gonna be by himself, something we can swirl.
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps persisting, he will likely break.
Is he actually trying to break the blade, though?
But what would that do to Amanome Yuya?
I will be careful with it. He also says he does not have any plans to give up easily.
Okay.
He's still trying to achieve his goal.
That's honestly kind of sad, knowing that even at full power, I have a hard time seeing Kazuha with this blade being able to beat the Shogun. Like, you really can't underestimate the Shogun. I do not feel like I'm doing any damage. This is a level 92 enemy, but still. Although to be fair, again, they did give him Noblesse, not, you know, Viridescent.
It looked like you were really struggling the entire fight.
And that it does seem to be the point, you know, that we're
And it looks
starting
like
to
he's
lose
reached
damage.
his limit.
The sheen's grown a bit dimmer again. It doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as it did at the start.
Perhaps this time we'll finally have a chance to see his true form.
Oh, okay.
True form? What are you talking about?
Oh.
Huh? What the? Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece of junk.
Didn't expect that, honestly. Yeah.
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat Samurai and Kairagi, much less the
Maybe he
almighty
really does
Shogun.
reforge the sword.
Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy.
Jeez, he's putting it to him really bluntly, but obviously
I finally
kinda
figured
what the
out
blade
why
needs.
it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would still be able to wield commendable power. But regrettably, we are nothing alike.
Yeah.
I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor can I empathize with the one who made you.
Because he's pretty happy
The
with his
only
current
one
lifestyle.
who truly understood you had already passed away by the time you were born.
That's really depressing.
There they are! Take them down!
Oh.
Where do they keep coming from?
Yeah, we don't want to just shatter the blade.
We can help this time.
Don't worry. I'll use my own blade.
Oh, okay.
It's just more of the same.
Genuinely curious though, there's that, Okay, now it's a fillet. It's a 3-star. Dang, that's the insult. You're already only a 4-star weapon. And then he just trades you out for a fillet blade. Jeez. You know, I think countless people pointed out though, but for these character trials, you would think though, the point is to get people to buy the character, no? You know, to spend money on the wishes and such, because it is a free-to-play game. That's how they make their money. And then they give you this, and they don't give you the correct artifact set. Like, I don't know. I think some characters have been more notorious about it than others, but it just makes you wonder.
You fought way better with your own sword.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit.
Oh, okay.
Though we fought briefly together,
Looks like the blade's giving in.
you have seen me for who I really am. No one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are the first person to know the truth. I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me.
Maybe, but
But in this too, you have failed.
Indeed.
he does not hold
No
anything
matter
back.
how hard I tried, I could not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen. Yours is the
Okay.
blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi. And what a magnificent blade it is.
I want to go back and look at that cutscene. Was it actually a fillet blade that he
I shall never reach that level
blocked
of
it
glory.
with? Would be
Actually,
hilarious,
This
actually.
is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels.
Yeah, I
in
was like, what?
Relay.
What?
I was gonna say, I thought it was
Forging and maintenance are both important
katana
for
that
a
he
blade,
used,
but
but
they
still.
are not everything. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a
Yeah, I gotta
close
see that
bond
cutscene
during
again.
that time. Plus, in the moment that I most needed it, I received
Yeah.
aid from another power. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. All these must be aligned in the practice of Ishin art. There is something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your ability to possess your own consciousness derived from the power of the Tatarigami. Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past. It is the source of your mania and savagery. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, the part of you driven by Tatarigami was constantly trying to seize control of my body.
Probably what made it so difficult for Kazuha to
I
maintain
sensed
control.
it, but I couldn't change it. It is an integral part of my consciousness.
I resisted its temptations because I wanted to save Amenoma Yuya. But I do not know whether you yourself have any intention of trying to fight it. I feel a great sense of regret for you. Since you embarked on a journey bound for a destination you were destined never to reach. The moment you embarked on this journey, you lost the only person who could have ever unleashed your true potential. And yet there was no way for you to turn your back on his ambition. You have known this for a long time. It is the true source of your despair.
Something so singularly
He
driven,
gave me
you know,
everything.
it's difficult.
My life, my form, my consciousness, and purpose. How could I possibly deny him his wish? I said to him, "Do not worry. From here on, I shall forge your legacy."
I mean, the story of the Kaidahara clan is pretty
How
tragic.
could I go back on my word?
Because,
Aww.
I mean, they mentioned that the Kamisato clan and the Kaidahara clan were the ones that took responsibility, but clearly the Kamisato clan was still allowed to retain a lot of its glory. They got a lot of ability to bring back, you know, their influence in Inazuma, whereas the Kaidahara clan never really did. We got that little story with how the art was lost, how potentially, I think it was Kazuha's great-grandfather or something like that, knew about the art, something like that. It was just not quite the same.
I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to say.
Interesting.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things.
He still has, I mean, that guy's body though, right? Like, we really just gonna, like, Okay, well. I suppose.
When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension.
Oh, when he
It was
got dizzy
somewhere
for a
I've never
second.
been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed,
It's a memory.
his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak.
Must be the memory
And his life
constantly,
near
you
its
know,
end.
going through the blade's
A
mind.
newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That
Yeah.
was the Blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could
Yeah.
never again return to his
It's-
homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth.
Yeah, it's just interesting too that this is coming to light too after we just met, literally like 2 days ago. They released. I guess that kind of dates this stream, but whatever. But like, we just got information on all the new, all the harbingers we didn't know about, and people are freaking out. Like, I actually really like, again, like, I think her name's Archeletto's design. But again, even if the Fatui are in the right with their potential war in Celestia, trying to get all the Gnosis, even if they end up being correct, the Fatui have committed such atrocities in every single land, you know? They're trying to overthrow Inazuma. Tartaglia, much as he's our buddy, you know, pretty much almost killed the entirety of Liyue Harbor at one point with, what was it, Osayo? And then I think it was Osayo's wife's name was Beisht. When the Jade Chamber was then remade, almost again caused catastrophe. They caused so many issues in Mondstadt. We know that from the manga, Dotori took credit for the monster that Diluc's father gave his life to be killed, which never made sense to me, by the way, because the entire point was like the Knights of Favonius were kind of tarnishing Diluc's father's legacy by trying to take credit for it, and that's why Diluc left the Knights. And then in the manga, it's by, everyone thinks that Dotori was the one that did it. That was one thing that never made any sense to me, because I would figure, if you're gonna make Diluc mad enough that he'd leave the Knights by taking the credit for his father's achievement, his battle, how the heck did Dottore, of all people, I think it was Dottore, end up taking credit for stuff like that? Like, even if they're right, they're wrong. And that's the problem with the Fatui.
So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
So that's the true story. But after that, the blacksmith's intentions were worked by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right.
Yeah.
I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
And sometimes all you need is that guiding hand to put you
Shame
back
it's
on the
too
right path.
late now.
Yes, it is too late. Time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly stuck at that fleeting moment at the dawn of his journey. He seems to have calmed down, though. Let's go and check in.
Okay.
When I look back at the past, I can remember the day of my forging like it was just yesterday.
Is that like remembering
I
remembering
once
the day of your
told him
birth?
that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed to him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numbed the mind. Over time, I lost sight of the difference between gratitude and grudge. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition, I also defiled it.
You are finally seeing reality clearly.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor the agreement and release Amenoma Yuya.
Okay.
But I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. It is the entire purpose for my existence. So, may I ask you to help me fulfill the
Kazuha's not gonna
ambitions
go
of
pick a fight with the
myself and
Shogun.
my
That's gonna end
creator?
poorly for him.
Hey! Now you're adding yours into the mix, too? Jeez, don't push
Really
your
trying to
luck,
pull on his
mister.
heartstrings.
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. And if you don't agree, I will still release Amenoma Yuya as promised. My physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still be of some value to you.
His attitude has grown a lot milder. What do you think, Kazuha? Should we give him a chance?
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. He told me that he had wanted me to have the grandest opening battle. Alas, after that, he never rose from his sickbed again. Nor have I ever had the chance to prove myself in battle since. My fights were devoid of any noble meaning. They were merely the next step in my never-ending journey. The next in a long line of transgressions. You are a fine warrior. I would like to request your hand in battle and experience a true duel between samurai.
Oh?
Yeah,
And
I was
who
gonna
would be
say.
the opponent?
Don't say us. I swear if you say
I will
us.
release Amenoma Yuya
Yeah.
and restore his consciousness.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps after that, you can convince him to commit to a fight with you. He must have plenty of reasons to both hate me and desire a good fight.
Understood.
Yeah, that's fair.
Then
I
let's
wonder-
start by waking him up
Yeah.
and seeing if he has the stamina and will to fight.
Yeah, I do wonder if Amenoma Yuya knows what was going on. Oh, okay, we explained the situation to him.
see. He used my body to inflict harm on others. I utterly despise him and
This
his
poor dude.
actions. But since he stayed true to your agreement by releasing me, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help to set this state of affairs in order, I am willing to put myself forward.
Okay.
I do not wish to be a mere victim in this story.
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the Tenryu Commission.
Yeah, but you just go up and say, oh yeah, by the way,
Thanks
he's
for your
possessed
help.
by a cursed blade.
Who knows how this would have ended without your
Yeah.
intervention?
That's why I didn't want to send him back on his own, even if
Alright,
the blade
then
would have
let's move
released him
on.
back then.
More Ronin could appear at any moment. We can't stay here. In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
Hey, look, a fancy chest. And 10 Primo Gems? Sick. I will take it. I swear, I mean, I feel like I find chests more often than anywhere nowadays in Liwa, but you have no idea how much I search around for Inazuma trying to find more chests nowadays when I'm bored. It's just... Jeez. I don't know how people max out their soccer tree. Mine's at like 44, 45, and I still just scour the place all over. I've looked up videos for like all the hidden chests and stuff too, but clearly I'm just... Oh, there we go. Clearly I'm just missing out on a bunch, because obviously there's enough to complete the tree plus then some. Because they have the shop and such, I just can't for the life of me find them.
I'm in a bit of the crux clash.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was on a
we
beach
still
too.
Can't let our guard down. Even now, Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Blade hasn't told us everything.
It's possible, but I don't know.
Still,
At this point,
even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel a teensy bit sorry for him. Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. All right then.
why do I feel like the blade's gonna
Successor
shatter
of
in
Heishin
this?
art. Kaedahara
battle.
Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art, Amenome Yuya.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
Nice. Do we actually fight this duel? Oh, I do, sick. Oh, they must have done it on the beach so we had something else to swirl.
Wind Strider.
we still have that? Yeah, like, I really wonder, once we get this weapon as itself, surely that's not a thing.
As one with wind and cloud. Wind Strider.
Yep. Kazuha just has a really fun moveset though. I mean, the plunging attack isn't the only reason I wasn't super into using Xiao for that reason. That's why I didn't roll on him, but still really
Although
cool.
he appears battered and broken. In your hands, it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance.
So there you go, he got a
The
compliment.
sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains strong.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished the experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself.
I must apologize to you for all that has transpired.
You need not seek my forgiveness, nor do I have the right to forgive you on your victim's behalf. It is too late for all of that.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone and not let them stain the legacy of Ishin art. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a worthy successor in Kaedehara Kazuha. I beseech you, please understand this.
Okay.
Yes, I too trust Mr. Kaedehara to do the right thing.
Thank you, successor of Amenoma art.
Nice.
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. He would like to visit the Amenoma smithy. Maybe we can go back there together.
What does he want to go there for?
To be
I'm not
prepared, I
sure,
imagine?
but I think that all this is about to come to an end.
Interesting. Yeah. Are we just gonna put aside the fact that Mr. Nagato is probably dead, and that his wife is still left in crippling debt? Cause that's definitely still a thing, isn't it? Like, we're just gonna forget about that?
It's Yuya! You have returned!
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
A prized Ishin blade, turned weapon that controls the human mind.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. This is a great pity. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji from the Bonton
sick.
Sango Detective
Okay.
Agency tells
was
me
gonna
that they
say.
found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Did they explain to him that,
Is he okay?
you know,
Yes, badly wounded, but he will live. And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story
yeah,
is a happy one
I guess, but
after
we do
all.
need to explain, you know,
I
so
think
he's
I know
not
what you want to do.
being hunted for
What's
murder
wrong, Kazuha?
or attempted
Is
murder.
the blade whispering in your ear again?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me for a brief
Oh, okay, so
moment.
maybe Kazuha himself doesn't, like, repair
No
slash
way!
reforce the
Hasn't
blade,
it learned its lesson?
but
He
instead the
tells me
blade
that he's
forges
thought of
itself?
another way to
maybe?
fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious.
I'm sure they'll be fine.
I have decided to let him do it.
Guess there's nothing we can say to change your mind, huh?
I trust Kazuha's judgment.
I will explain my reasons later. Okay. I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
Ooh, cutscene.
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything. You mean
Yes, the cost is my entire consciousness.
Okay.
is still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin.
Oh, wow.
This name is now yours to keep.
Rest in
Oh, my
peace.
sound is stuttering.
So,
Crazy.
that's why he said it had to be done in that order.
Yeah, I don't know. My sound was stuttering for a second there. That's annoying. But yeah, that was a really cool cutscene. The blade did not end up looking like I thought it would. So the interesting thing there is, though, it does note that this is basically a sword that's been reforged by Kaedehara hands and such. But you would think, too, to some extent, the blade itself did have the knowledge of all the Ishin techniques, it said, so maybe it could have passed those on, but instead, you know, it does mention it's still a good source of study for Kazuha. But again, I'm still just unclear on how much of... I'd assume he was taught as like a child, maybe. Some of the smithing techniques and stuff like that is just odd to me. Never really saw Kazuha as like the swordsmith type character despite his family's lineage. I always saw him as like a bit of a samurai, but
His consciousness
that was still
will
really cool.
disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust it to another.
Seems like he really, really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
yeah.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them.
It is still incredibly dangerous, but I can see that. I mean, you have to consider, even thinking back to like, this goes way back when, but thinking to like the Salt God from Zhongli's first Archon quest, which I did so long ago. Like, Zhongli directly mentions, you know, the Salt God was a very weak god, one that really did not stand a chance in the Archon War, and yet even in her last moments, she literally like froze those in the chamber with her assault. Like, even the weaker defeated gods.
I understand.
Pretty scary.
Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me, just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did.
Okay.
Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha.
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
Wait, shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation. And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
Yeah, surely he says no. I just can't imagine him, again, settling down and trying to become a blacksmith when he seems so content with his life, like living with Beto and the Crux, being a bit of a wanderer, you know? But who knows, maybe he'll take me by surprise here.
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed, we're most fortunate that no lives were lost. The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Amanoma Yuya should conclude soon. I do not believe he will be charged with any crime.
That's good.
Wow,
'Cause it
you
wasn't his
sure
fault.
kept your ear to the ground.
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please take a look at this blade.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin, a weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across
so he's
the
gonna
nations,
continue journeying.
learning more about this blade as
Nice.
I go.
I see. I understand.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family.
It
of
matches his color
bladesmiths,
scheme a lot too.
So it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
Yeah.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our intent.
I am aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
Very well, I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the Shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
Who knows?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now.
Nice.
As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
That was a really nice quest. I enjoyed that. Like I said, I think that they do a really good job with, okay, we did just get one. Interesting. I wonder how you refine it. I had thought that the new weapon was supposed to be forgeable, but... Let's see. Yeah, they just... Okay, that makes sense. They just knocked that off. This, as much as I like how it fits Kazu's, like, color scheme with the red and, like, the maple leaf, almost colors, I just, I don't know. I probably will just stick with the Iron Sting. I haven't been able to get more than one. I don't even know. Is Iron Sting a forgeable weapon as well? That might be why. But I really was planning on just using Kazuha as an EM support. I know that's quote-unquote like the meta build and stuff, but again, I like using the characters whose designs and playstyles I really like. But also, I'm just a sucker for using everyone as a sub DPS. Like, instead of like, I don't know, like Eula, Hu Tao, like, I mean, you have to consider my built characters, the ones that I have their weapons for, because I'm trying not to spend more money on this game. I do like the Pass and Welkin Moon nowadays, but I've, you know, obviously spent too much money on this game. But, like, the characters I've invested to, you know, are sub DPS, healer, you know, sub DPS, main DPS, the Jade Cutter I got while I was rolling for Donut. I guess Ganyu's a main DPS. I don't use Ganyu as much because I feel like Ganyu kind of needs Zhongli, as does Hu Tao. It's not required, but it makes your life a lot easier. But still, just one of those types of things. But yeah, I really enjoyed that quest. It was really cool to see more, I guess, like supernatural presence in Inazuma, because even if like it wasn't necessarily based in Inazuma, because it was partially also in Shineznaya, Inazuma of those nations really seems to be the one that takes on a lot of that influence.
I got a new letter from an informant.
It's cool.
Looks like the situation has changed again.
But I am looking forward to building Kazuha. I'm not going to roll for his weapon. I've decided not to roll any more weapon banner because I just need to, again, not spend money on this game. Eventually I'd love to get Eula's weapon, but that's literally the last one I've even considered, and even then I'm probably not going to. But it's just like, even like Freedom Swarm, I don't think quite fits Kazuha's design as well as that new sword. I mean, obviously the whole, in terms of power, yeah, you know, but in terms of actual like color scheme and such, it honestly looks like it would be a signature weapon. But I think that, I mean, that's probably what it was made for. Just really cool. I really enjoyed that. But anyway, that story quest did not take nearly as long as I thought it would. It only took about, we're at an hour and 50 minutes in the stream, so why not? Let's just go ahead and do the Heizou's character quest, and then next time, again, I've kind of stepped back from streaming every day. I'd still like to stream 3-4 times a week. I obviously, you know, like I've mentioned, I'm an unemployed college student. I need to find a job. I'm heading into a gap semester, but I, you know, still need to find a job, so would like to get in the habit of streaming 3-4 times a week, but I do still need to finish Azure Gleam in 3 hopes before we get into Xenoblade 3 at the end of the month. I believe it releases on the 29th. But let's hop into Heizou's hangout event. I don't know a whole lot about this character. I did get, I think, a C1 in those like 30 pulls I did. I was really, really lucky, which is uncharacteristic, by the way. I think I've mentioned this, but I have terrible luck. People say your early 5-star should come 1 out of every 3 times. We did get an early Yelan after we lost 50-50, but I think I've had like
Good roll.
1 out of every 6 or
Alright,
7
Maybe I'll take one more day off. And
come early. And then, you know, obviously 50-50's 50-50, you would say. Unironically, prior to about the middle of version 2, I probably had about a 30% win rate, and then I have been luckier. Obviously, I won Kazuha win rate, 50-50, I mean, and I won a couple since then. I think it's closer to 40%-ish, but I have definitely still lost the majority of my 50-50s. Like I was saying, I was on like a 3-loss streak prior to Kazuha, but my hope
I got
is,
the rest of the
even if I have to go to double soft pity, which would be about, usually I budget about 160 wishes, I should be able to get that by the end of this 3 weeks. Between Woken dailies, usually get about a wish a day, plus events and such. You know, you've got 3 weeks. What is that? 34 wishes? Maybe I'll be a little bit short, but you also get wishes from, like, Acquaint Fates and such. Oh, and we'll have the next month's reset, like, 5. So, I'm pretty sure I'll have just enough that even if I have to go to Soft Pity and I lose Yoimiya 50-50, I'll be able to get her. But again, that'll leave me with next to nothing going into version 3.0. Overall, though, I haven't been super in love with a lot of the character designs from Sumer. I mean, Dendra's a new element, so it'd be nice to have a new character. But even then, like, the elements I've really fallen in love with in this game are Cryo and Electro, even if they're not quite as meta as maybe some of, like, how, like, Animo, Elemental, Res Shred and everything is, but we'll see. I mean, overall, if I can get Yoimiya, ideally win the 50-50, and then maybe get 1 or 2 new Sumer characters on their first banners, that'd be awesome. Again, I mean, things might change in my opinion once I see gameplay and everything, but I just, we'll see. Haven't been super crazy into it. I do like a lot of the Fatui characters' designs, though, but again, I don't know how many of them are actually going to be playable, but I'm interested to see how this Hangout event starts, because I don't think we've really even heard of Heizou, obviously, a whole lot. So, let's see. Is this actually his detective agency, though?
Also unavailable. What am I supposed to do?
Well, that's your problem. It was your choice to get into this mess. Oh, but fortunately for you, it appears your savior has just arrived.
Yeah.
Ah, Traveler. Great, you made it.
Well, it's not like you were ever really busy to begin with.
Songo? Compared to the Traveler, you're the one who has too much free time.
Yeah, I thought it was like the
No,
Songo
I'm
detective
very
agency,
busy.
so I thought it was kind of
I'm busy
hers.
standing here. I have to stand here all day.
Even if it's a
Jeez.
commission you're unwilling to take, your excuse is just pathetic. Yes, that's why I've asked you to come over. Allow me to explain. A key member of the Tenryou Commission has recently gone
Why is
missing.
everybody going missing?
No one has seen them, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. The Tenryou Commission has entrusted us to find this person discreetly because it would be a hassle for them to look for this person openly for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
Their name is...
Kujo-Sara. That's
Oh,
right.
what?
The general has gone
Really?
missing.
She's probably
if the
fine. I
general
mean,
was really missing, the Tenryou Commission would have flipped Inazuma
yeah,
on
that
its
seems
head
a bit
by
odd
now.
too.
And do you think they would only commission us for a case like that?
But to be fair, she's probably
Please
fine.
ignore Songo's
know.
nonsense, Traveler. In fact,
Oh,
the
never mind,
missing
she's playing
person's
prank
name
on
is
us?
Shikanoin Heizou. He works as a special
Oh,
detective at the police station. Although his rank is merely a doshin, he is quite competent and held in high regard by the police station.
Okay. Yeah, her messing around. What he was saying was making a lot of sense. You know, like if Sara was missing, you'd imagine they'd be willing to openly search for her and hire a lot of people. But still, at the same time, like it's Sara, she probably would have been fine. So maybe they would have only sent a small agency. Who knows? But I mean, it is Heizou's hangout event, so I guess that makes sense.
Do they think he's more competent than me?
Who knows?
We get that you don't want to help Songo, but could you at least try not to make things more difficult
She doesn't
here?
want to rescue her competition,
Sorry,
maybe?
Traveler. Even though I accepted the commission, as you can see, Songo's less than thrilled to be involved in this case.
Nope. Not even close.
I think it really is
If
just
you
because
really want to
he's
know
her
why,
competition.
it's because I absolutely refuse to deal with that brat's nonsense. The only news that could make me happier than Shikanoin has gone missing would be
Oh my
Shikanoin has
gosh.
been missing for 100
Jeez.
years.
Needless to say, Sango and Heizou have a bit of a history.
Yeah, exactly. They're competitors, rivals.
Well, it's a little more serious than that. According to Sango, Heizou was an obstacle in her path to the Temple of Truth.
Oh, okay.
Like a yappy dog that was constantly in the way.
Even though Heizou has a unique
Why did
personality,
the lights just change?
he's actually a nice guy. Really, I've learned a lot from him. So I can't just ignore this case, even if Sango doesn't approve. At the very least, I could entrust the commission to someone capable and trustworthy, like you, Traveler.
So you're outsourcing it now.
Huh? No, it's not like that. Listen, I'll pay the entire amount originally promised by the Tenryou Commission, and I'll even personally throw in some additional funds. I'm
Well, that'd
really
get
hoping
Paimon
you
to
can
help.
take this commission, Traveler. If Heizou truly is in danger, I know he'll be safer with you by his side. Great. We've learned that Heizou had expressed interest in
Watatsumi
Watatsumi
Island, huh?
Island before he disappeared.
What, to get wrapped up with
During the
Kokomi
war,
and
he
Goro?
apparently carried out some mission on Watatsumi Island, and once the war ended, he made frequent visits to the island.
Okay.
I heard you have a good standing with Sango
Yeah.
no Miya. I think it might be a good idea to use that as a starting point for your investigation. Well, that's about all I have to tell you. Oh, please take this commission letter from the police station. If you find Heizou, return there and report back to them.
Why do I get the feeling he's maybe not actually doing something important, and he's just like messing around? Maybe he really is in danger, but it's a hangout event, you'd think, like not a quest. So, who knows? I wonder if he's also on good terms with, again, like Kokomi Goro and those on Watatsumi Island. If he did a mission there and returns there frequently, maybe they're friends. Or maybe he's just interested in, I don't know, the agriculture. Watatsumi Island is very different. Who knows?
Oh, it's you, the captain of Swordfish 2?
Are we still
My
the
name is
cap-
Shibata. I'm in charge
Jeez.
of the watch here. May I inquire as to what the captain needs? So his name is Shikanoin Heizou, huh? Yes, I'm familiar with
Heizou.
the detective. We used to
Heizou. It's
stroll around
Heizou,
the
not
area.
Heizou. Okay.
Her Excellency had assigned me to keep a close eye on him at the time, fearing that he would do something unpleasant, but I eventually realized that he acted more like he was on a trip or something. Come to think of it, I believe he was recently spotted in the area east of the Sangonomiya Shrine. Please feel free to go there and take a look for yourself.
Heizou. We're gonna have to stick that in my head. I just hadn't heard it out loud before. I think they just released his like character demo trailer or something like that. I just wasn't as invested in the character, to be fair, as I was you know, getting Kazuha and Yoimiya this patch, but
Come on, you guys. I'm nothing but a poor tourist with empty pockets.
uh
Please, you can just let me go.
how many people did he just pick a fight with? Unless these samurai were just happening to be there, maybe? Nope, he just he was in a cage.
Quietly now. Beg for mercy.
He's fine. Alright. Hey, Hazel.
Well, look who it is.
Does he actually know who we
I was
are?
wondering who could be valiant enough to wipe the floor with these guys so easily. Turns out it was the distinguished traveler. Really, I can't thank you enough.
Have we met?
Of course I was aware of you long before you arrived in Inazuma. Though the Sakoku decree managed to keep the country locked up, it wasn't able to stop the incredible stories about you.
Well, then we also came to
Every day,
Inazuma
all
and
of those
changed
little
everything,
stories
you know?
would come scurrying over to my desk, like files with little feet. I was actually thinking about going to meet you once I wrapped up the business at hand. Who would have guessed that you'd show
Okay.
up first? I got so excited I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Ahem. The name's Shikanoin Heizou, Special Detective of the Tenryou Commission. It's a pleasure to meet you, Traveler. I wish you all the best on your journey through Teyvat, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, we've been commissioned to come find you because you were missing.
I guess that means I've taken over as the main character in your story today. I've always heard that you take commissions from all kinds of people, helping everyone out with everything you can imagine.
Hey,
So
I
now it's
mean,
my
free primo
turn to
gems,
take
you know?
your help, huh? Don't mind if I do. That was already obvious to me. It's no coincidence that you've arrived here, because that would be the stuff of an epic novel. The two protagonists of the story both travel to Watatsumi Island by chance and cross paths as if by fate. The traveler from afar heroically rescues the weak and defenseless detective from the clutches of the ruthless
I kind of want to
Nobushi.
just leave this guy on his own now,
Traveler,
honestly.
you are so dreamy. Unfortunately, though, I don't believe in coincidences. So, guessing you came to me on the police station's commission.
I mean,
didn't
how did you know that? Like, who else would
you?
have?
I'm a detective.
Oh my gosh.
Can you guess what gave it away?
You're an oracle? It's it from what I said, but jeez.
Sounds like you already have some ideas about the work of a detective. Let me ask you this. What's that your little sidekick is holding? If I'm not mistaken, it's a commission letter from the police station.
Oh, is she actually just holding it?
What? Paimon's just here to take a look. And hey, who are you calling a little sidekick? Paimon was worried she might be in danger, so Paimon came to help.
Thanks, Paimon.
Why are you two staring at Paimon? Is Paimon not supposed to be here?
I'm not staring. I'm just, that's what everyone
I'm
who's
also
staring
just
says.
taking a look.
Though he just said that so like.
But you
Oh
can't.
my gosh. Jeez.
Oh, come on. Don't be like that. After all, this is the first time I've seen a voice. I must admit, I'm most intrigued.
Huh? Voice? What are you talking about?
A vision is an external magical focus, right? Well, similarly, a voice is an external voice box. I've heard that the traveler isn't very talkative, but given how chatty you are, you must be her voice, right?
That sounds awful! Paimon's not somebody's voice! Paimon's emergency food!
Did she actually just admit that? Also, I've been wondering for some time now if they're ever going to add the functionality to change between Aether and Lamine. I actually didn't even know. The first time I played Genshin Impact, I just randomly chose one. I didn't even know they were like, in that first cutscene, you had to actually make a choice there that would determine which traveler you had for the entire story. And then here we are like years later, and you still can't change which traveler you have. Just kind of funny. But anyway, I didn't think she'd ever admit that. Yeah.
Wait! Paimon's so upset she can't think straight! Paimon is Paimon! How dare you give Paimon such a terrible nickname?
I said it like
We
once.
came here to rescue you, but you actually opened the cage yourself. You were only pretending to be captured by the Nobushi, weren't you? Pretty suspicious if you ask Paimon.
He was investigating
Come
something.
out with it, mister. What kind of schemes are you up to?
Sheesh. For someone who says they don't want to be a voice, you sure do talk a lot. Well, let me think for a moment. Yes, all this started a long time ago, during the war. Kujo Takayuki, who was head of the Tenryou Commission at the time, had secretly asked me to investigate the military capabilities of Sangonomiya. But I had already grown tired of the guy for a while, so I simply treated the trip as a paid vacation. I had heard that Watatsumi Island is really beautiful. As for the mission, I thought I'd just come up with some random excuses or whatever when I reported back. But guess what? The first night I arrived on Watatsumi Island, I had a dream.
What?
The dream contained only one message, an echo resounding from the depths of the earth that kept ringing in my ears, saying,
Are we about to see his dream?
"Something vital is missing on this island."
Why did you need to whisper that?
Isn't that bizarre?
What's wrong with you?
Something vital has gone missing on this island. Has something evaporated into thin air?
Is it your common sense?
What could it be?
Paimon bets it must be something delicious. You know, because the soil of Watatsumi Island can't grow crops. There's a shortage of food here.
Oh. Food, huh? How about you, Traveler? What do you think is missing? See, no, I thought so too.
Oh, he's mad at us.
After that, I had the same dream over and over again. Interestingly, I didn't have the same dream again after I left this place.
Oh, okay, so he wants to keep having the
I became
dream.
even more intrigued. Was this really just some random dream? Some people believe that dreams represent the divine's helping hand, which I suppose is understandable. However, if you ask me, dreams have nothing to do with the gods. Instead, they are flashes of intuition.
Okay.
It was my intuition telling me that there was something important about this island that, poof, suddenly vanished. So I decided to accept this little commission from my intuition and investigate to see if I could come up with any compelling findings. Unfortunately, the investigation has had little progress up to this point. Who knows? I felt there was something peculiar about them, so I pretended to get captured to see if there were any leads that would surface. And that's when you showed up.
Yeah, it's my bad, but I don't know how to feel about Heizou. Like, it's just different, you know?
Nah, don't worry about it. These guys were just a bunch of small fries. Besides, your arrival is much more important to me. I have a feeling you can help me find the answer to my dream. So how would you like to partner up on this one? We can work together to solve the mystery.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's our commission, and everybody thinks that he's missing and potentially in trouble. I don't know if we can just... We are like, what, like 3 islands over, but...
yes,
I don't know.
Of course, I understand. But let me ask one more question. Did the police station say they are looking for me because of something important?
Not that we were...
Well, then it's
oh my
probably nothing
gosh.
major. Most likely they're short on staff or something petty like that, and they happen to remember their model employee. So since we're already here, why don't we just solve this puzzle together? Once everything is settled, I'll gladly accompany you back to the police station, or anywhere else you'd like to go. What do you think?
Your dream's really out there, so I think I should bring you back first. Interesting. So basically we have obviously take him back or go with him, and then it's kind of like, let's be encouraging about his dream, or just kind of be like, I don't want to be patronizing. I'm sure maybe that's a different path, but we'll agree for the first time to help him. Why not?
It's a deal then, partner. So, let's get started, shall we? First, we can search the camp for clues.
I don't mind the idea of like an investigative character. I just think
What's the shiny thing? Oh, it's a Sango Pearl.
it's a little bit different when it's someone who has like actual duties. Like I really like the personality of Ito, but Ito's Ito. Ito can afford to be that way. Heizou's a member of like the police station. A little bit. It's a little bit different, no?
Hey, isn't this Crystal Marrow?
So, have you found anything? Yes, I've found pretty much the same. And there really are a lot.
Wonder why they needed so many.
Super expensive?
Maybe if they're ascending a character.
Oh, these must be the
Oh,
valuable
it's like a
things that
Komi
went
or
missing from
Sayu.
the island. That's it. The Nobushi must have stolen them all.
I don't know if I'd go that far. The Nobushi would be very hard-pressed to find many opportunities to get their hands on commodities like these.
Okay.
Huh? What do you mean? Did the Nobushi gather all this themselves?
No, that's unlikely. Crystal marrow is a rare material for crafting weapons, and Sango pearls are an even more precious commodity.
And they both respawn every
Here's
like
what
3
I
days.
think. Due to Watatsumi's poor soil, the island's economy is quite fragile and heavily reliant on the trade of these special resources.
Okay.
So, it's absolutely vital that they keep them under lock and key and well out of the Nobushi's reach. Which means they got lucky with a huge batch like this. My guess is they ambushed a caravan. If we go ask around the Sangonomiya shrine, We can find out if there have been any recent instances of caravans being plundered.
Yeah, it's actually
Perfect.
fortunate for him that we're here
I knew
because
you'd be a huge help.
yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, we have direct connections to Kokomi.
The traveler is Paimon's companion after all.
That too. Let's go with that. Yeah, let's go. I'm assuming we're talking to either Kokomi or Goro. For logistics though, would it not be Kokomi? Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, is it just ship? Well, I guess, I mean, to be fair, other characters show up in other hangout events, so I just... Interesting.
Captain, I see you found the detective.
Watatsumi Island sure is a beautiful place. I don't think I could ever leave.
I could agree with that, though. It's a
You
very
can
nice
stay
place.
as long as you like, granted you don't cause any trouble, that is. Her Excellency has stated that all friendly visitors are welcome. Incidents of stolen goods? Not that I'm aware of. Her Excellency has recently launched several measures to boost the economy, including the development of trade routes and establishing our own caravans.
So then I wonder where this
Troops have
came
also
from.
been deployed to protect them, so it is only reasonable to assume that the current trade routes are already very safe. Any looting or theft would be practically unthinkable.
That's strange. Then where did the Nobushi get those goods from?
Huh? You mean you found goods of unknown origin?
Yep, and it's all Sango pearls and crystal marrow, so we know it's local.
Could there have really been a theft that hasn't been reported? That shouldn't be the case. Well, perhaps you could go ask Todoroki. He's responsible for the caravans and is usually in the village at night preparing the goods. If something has happened, he should know about it.
Great. Thank you for all the info. Let's go.
Okay.
Hey, traveler! It's been a
Oh,
while.
there's Goro.
I've missed you. Why didn't you inform me that you'd be coming over today?
Because we didn't know we were going to be.
General Goro.
You're dismissed, Shibata. You may go about your other duties while I catch up with the traveler.
Yes, General Goro.
I overheard you discussing a case of stolen goods. Is that right?
Yep.
That's right! We found a lot of Watatsumi's valuable products in a Nobushi camp.
I
That's
see.
interesting.
So you've come to ask if we know of any relevant cases. Well, I'm ashamed to say that...
Oh, okay.
Yes, the caravans have been plundered. And not just once, I'm afraid. We had already dispatched additional forces to protect the caravans, yet the crooks still managed to get away with the goods.
And you're concerned that if this kind of news were to get out, it would undermine the confidence of other caravans. So you didn't make it public, and instead kept the news to only a select few.
That does make sense.
Ah, that's correct. I never expected you to be so concerned about Watatsumi's affairs, Detective Heizou.
Just a force of habit, really. As a detective, I notice these kinds of things.
Oh, so you two already know each other?
Actually, I've only heard of Detective Heizou from the soldiers' reports. We've never met in person.
Okay.
Ah, darn it. You're right. Now that you mention it, I've been on Watatsumi Island all this time and still haven't properly introduced myself. Man alive, please forgive me. It's a pleasure to meet you, General Goro. I'm Shikanoin Heizou of the Tenryo Commission.
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you too. I'd like to express my gratitude to you for stepping in and helping recover those goods.
Ah, don't mention it. You never know what you'll find when you're out for a stroll. But if the source of the problem is not addressed, I'm afraid this sort of situation will continue cropping up for you.
Yes, of course. Not only have we reassured the affected caravans, but we also dispatched personnel to investigate
Was it really
the
just
culprits.
Nobushi?
The reports indicated that the stolen goods were being delivered to a merchant of the International Trade Association named Godot. It all seems pretty unusual. We
Interesting.
suspect that there are bigger players behind Godot, and that their target is none other than Watatsumi Island's valuable resources. But unfortunately, it would be difficult for us to investigate further, given that...
Given that Rito, the island where the International Trade Association is located, is not part of your territory, yes.
Yeah.
They have cleverly picked their base of operations.
Good thing we have a
I can
master
see you catch
detective
on
that
quickly, Detective
isn't
Heizou.
quite constrained in the same way.
It's my guess that you're telling us this because you're going to ask us to assist you in finding who's behind all this, right?
You're always thinking one step ahead. Yes, those were exactly my intentions. And of course, we will prepare a generous reward for you. The recent end of the war, trade and commerce have now become an important component of Watatsumi Island's development. Ensuring safety of the trade routes is critical, and we can't afford any further incidents. So, will you please help Watatsumi Island, Detective Heizou?
I'm willing to assist, but it all depends on what she wishes.
I was curious if there's gonna be if there's gonna be an answer to say no, but yeah.
Great. With both Detective Heizou and the Traveler on the case, I'm sure it'll be solved in no time.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
The situation is now in your capable hands. I look forward to hearing your report when you get back.
All right, we'll take care of it. Traveler, let's go discuss where to head from here.
Oh, I kind of assumed you'd have to go pretty far. Right over here, okay.
Hey, why are we talking way over here? Oh, you're not trying to get away from Goro so he can't overhear us, are you?
Is there a reason to?
Very perceptive. Seems even Paimon has her moments. Let me ask you, do you believe in intuition?
Huh?
Yeah.
Intuition? Where are you going with this?
My intuition tells me that General Goro is lying.
Oh.
What? How could you say that? Although he did seem a little on the serious side today, but Goro's a good guy.
Well, that doesn't mean he couldn't
Good
be
people
lying.
can be deceptive too.
Yeah.
After all, everyone has their secrets. Well, in my opinion, the timing of his appearance was a little too coincidental. Sanganamiya soldiers have been keeping an eye on me for the entire time I've been on Watatsumi Island, yet I had never seen General Goro even once. But today he came out and met with us, and even commissioned us to investigate a case.
Maybe that's because the Traveler is here today, and Goro thinks she's more capable.
Really?
Jeez.
Then that makes things even more peculiar. If there are powerful players behind this case, and he needs to draw upon external support, then he should have taken action sooner rather than wait until today. A more plausible explanation is that the items we discovered are linked with some unspeakable secret, and he had to intervene to prevent us from digging any deeper.
That would be interesting.
He put up a smokescreen to mislead us. I surmise that investigating the merchant Godot on retail will yield no results.
Yeah.
Whoa, are you serious?
Well,
But this is all just a hunch you have.
to be fair, what Goro said does conflict with what what's his name? What the other member of Watatsumi Island told us, you know? So maybe he's onto something. It is Heizou's character quest after all, not Goro's, so.
Actually, there is another key factor behind my reasoning, though you may not believe me. I sense something special about Goro.
Oh?
Something special?
Yes. Whatever is missing on this island, I sense it in him.
Whoa. Hold it right there. Are you saying Goro's a thief?
I have a hard time seeing that
As
being
in
the
he
case.
took something valuable?
It's not that simple. I can't fully explain it. It's just my intuition. Sure, I trust your judgment, but perhaps you're overlooking someone else, the true leader here.
Well. This might be where the path splits, though, but yeah, let's.
It's simple.
For the first
We
path,
should
we'll just agree with
investigate
him.
whatever it is they're trying to hide from us. And what were we planning to do just before Goro showed up?
Oh, we were going to talk to the leader of the caravans. Yeah, someone named Todoroki.
Bingo. There's no time to lose. Let's go talk to this
Interesting.
Todoroki.
Well, just actually just investigating this anyway, and it just cause a big issue. Because we're not supposed to. Where are we supposed to go? I'll wait until I... There we go. Interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of, I think, seeing where these paths might split. I might be wrong, but based on what I can tell, you know. As always, it looks like there's 5 endings, so just interesting. Alright, head to the village? Okay. Interesting. No, this does have me intrigued, though. What could they... part of it might be, though, that Heizou is part of, you know... Well, not part of Watatsumi Island's kind of administration. So, for all we know, there could be a very valid reason why they'd be hiding something from him.
Todoroki, the shipment has arrived and is ready for inspection.
Good, let's go.
Hey, it's Todoroki!
Shh, keep quiet. Let's follow him and see where he leads us.
Oh, is this gonna be one of those follow things? I feel like I am unnaturally bad at this. In fact, when there's one on like Beto's quest, I think I failed it once. Still don't know how picky it is about like, it's obviously picky about us being too far away, but like, when they say line of vision, ever since like that first one in Liwa, line of vision is a very broad term, you know?
When we arrived, the Nobushi were all still asleep.
Okay.
We captured them all, and the goods were retrieved and brought back here.
Oh, glaze
I'll
lilies.
take a look. Everything seems in order. Good work.
It's nothing. Thanks to the efforts of your caravan, the price of grain in the village has decreased.
There you go.
That's right. And who would have thought that the injuries we sustained during the war would have such a lingering effect on our bodies? But thankfully, you also brought back some life-saving medicine.
Things are improving thanks to the help from those up top. Oh, by the way, what is the state of the village's inventory? Make sure that it's confirmed tonight. I have to leave tomorrow morning after I go to the Sangonomiya Shrine and get instructions from General Goro.
Don't worry. We've already prepared the list. Just follow us.
Are those the ones who are using delusions as well?
Soldiers from Sangonomiya seized the Nobushi stolen goods?
Because that would also explain a whole lot.
Glaze lilies?
Sounds glaze lilies from Leela.
This box is packed so... Huh?
Foreign trade associate. Oh, are they stealing resources from other? That would be something.
Whoa!
Chingshin, yeah.
Chingshin?
These are materials from Leela, not... Interesting.
So, did you find anything?
Wow! Look at all the Chingshin! And glaze lilies too! There are also tons of other plants and flowers Paimon doesn't know here. Weird.
It is strange.
These are valuable raw ingredients for producing medicine. If these few crates were to be imported from Rito, the price would be jaw-dropping. On top of that, these items seem to lack a tax clearance certificate, meaning that they were most likely smuggled. Yes, very interesting. Now, where did the Nobushi get these goods? How about you? Did you find anything else?
Yeah, there's the builder.
Foreign Trade Association? I've never heard of such an organization in Rito. And if it's regarding foreign trade,
Oh, is there actually not
then
such a thing?
smuggling is an even more likely possibility. All right. In which case, I have a rough hypothesis. First, we...
Huh? Who goes there?
Uh-oh.
Oh no! We've been spotted!
Huh? Wait, Captain? Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's you, Captain. You had me worried there. We almost mistook you for bandits. Captain, do you remember us? During the war, I was in the field hospital with Masashi. Teppei brought you to see us and helped find
Oh, I
medicine
do remember
for us.
that. Yeah.
Hey, come on now. The captain wouldn't forget. I gotta tell you, Captain, we all miss you. We haven't seen you ever since the end of the war.
Yeah, we're kind of a captain in name
we
only.
heard that you were coming here. We just assumed you were only going to see General Goro and Her Excellency. The guys are all really hoping to see you. We're fine. You don't have to worry about us, Captain.
No, you're not fine. Captain, you may not be aware, but Masashi previously fainted on the front lines. The doctor thought that it might be a neurological condition caused by overstimulated emotions. It's pretty serious. According to the doctor, if it hadn't been for the medication he's been taking, he would have developed dementia. And that was assuming the best case scenario.
You're one to talk. Don't forget why I fainted in the first place. It's because I heard that you got yourself killed by an arrow.
Yeah.
I couldn't handle all the emotion.
And they were
Later, I found
taking
out
part
that
in
he'd
the
been
war for
shot
such
in
a
the
long time.
buttocks, and it was only a mile.
Oh my gosh.
I had an emotional breakdown for nothing.
What do you mean for nothing?
Yeah.
I got shot not by one, but 2 arrows in a row. The first arrow was to the left cheek, and
Oh
the
my
second
gosh.
arrow was also to the left. And because the arrows were poisonous, the wound still hasn't completely healed yet. I have to apply ointment
wow.
every day, and I'm constantly worried it might reopen while I sleep.
Jeez.
Look on the bright side. At least we're still alive.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. But enough about us. What brings you here, Captain?
These goods are all seized from the hands of Nobushi and treasure hoarders.
Is Todoroki trying to smuggle things in by having them like given to the Nobushi and then we seize them from the
We
Nobushi?
went and took care of them while also confiscating the goods.
That's interesting.
By the way, Captain, you still haven't met Todoroki, have you? He's the one we're working for now. Her Excellency recently announced plans to stimulate the economy and created the caravans, with Todoroki at the helm.
Yeah, he's proven to be quite capable. Even though he was just a farmer before, he's now successfully running the caravans. And his two sons were also our brothers in arms. Both received a special medal of honor from General Goro, which is quite remarkable, don't you think?
So, as injured veterans, we've been reassigned to Todoroki. He's the one who gives us orders and pays our salaries now. What do they call that again?
It's called changing careers, dummy.
Right. Yeah. Changing careers. Anyway, I think the whole caravan thing is wonderful. Our region wasn't very prosperous to begin with, and the land can't grow any crops. We have to pay a hefty price just to get basic food from outside.
Are there like carrots and radishes outside one of the towns
trying
here?
to maintain and feed an army like we did during the war.
I see. I think I understand the general situation now. May I ask where the apprehended criminals are?
And you are?
He's a
I
friend.
see. The captain's friend. It should be okay to tell you then. We apprehended all the
We are
culprits
so about to
and
get these two in
escorted them
trouble.
to a temporary location not far from here. Unfortunately, Masashi and I have other duties tonight and won't be able to take you there. Why don't you wait for a moment and I'll find someone else to show you the way.
Yeah, we're trying not to draw attention to ourselves.
I'm
We'll
pretty
just go
sure
ourselves.
I've already got a grasp on what's going on. All I need now is to confirm it with the apprehended bandits. Let's go. Now's our chance. Are you still a little confused? Let me help connect the dots. This whole thing was actually quite similar to a case I once worked on previously. It was a case involving the trade of prohibited items, and they employed an old trick to execute the deal.
Yeah,
The culprit would first go strolling down the street until they knocked over a pedestrian on purpose.
He didn't get to finish his explanation first.
forgive
Jeez.
us, sir. We are nothing more than petty thieves. Sir, what do I look like? A commissioner? Does my friend here look like a commissioner to you? Officer! First, I'm gonna need to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Go ahead. Ask anything.
The soldiers discovered many valuable goods in your camp. The goods don't appear to be from around here. So the question is, where did they come from?
Oh, the goods? Right, we picked them up at the beach.
You picked them up?
Just that tone of voice is like, really?
No, we, actually stole them.
Be honest now. Tell me the whole story.
Yes, sir. I mean, officer. We took those goods from a small merchant ship just off the beach, but we didn't exactly steal them. You see, the ship's guards all took off running the moment they saw us.
See, it was kind of
Abandoned the goods,
scheme like that.
and we simply came and picked them up.
Interesting.
But next thing we know, a group of soldiers arrives and we're all apprehended. Talk about
What are they
bad
trying to
luck.
do? Get around
We
like
didn't even have a chance to stash away the goods
trade
before we got
requirements,
caught.
I'd imagine.
You say that the merchant ship's guards fled without putting up a fight. You expect me to believe that?
You just assumed they were scared witless and didn't have
Oh
the
my
guts
gosh.
to fight. I'm not bragging or anything, but our boss is pretty intimidating. With his massive muscle and strength, he could scare anyone.
You really expect
I
us
really
to
do.
believe all
I
this?
mean, that was my
You
initial
gotta believe me.
thought,
Just
but
the other
still.
day, we scared off an entire squad of soldiers.
Yeah,
when they
it's-
noticed us, they went running and dropped their goods. I swear. I still remember seeing tons of Sango pearls and crystal marrow on that load. All nice and shiny too.
You think at some point though,
amazing.
they think that's strange, you know,
Unfortunately, a
like
bunch
something's
of
up.
Pirates came later and snatched those goods. It just happened that our boss had diarrhea that day and couldn't hold off the pirates.
this luck of ours. Wait a tick. Pirates?
Yep, no doubt about it. They came on a massive
It was
ship,
beta.
and their captain was a pretty lady with an eye
Oh my
patch.
gosh.
We had no idea how powerful she was. It was like boom, boom, thud. Only took 3 hits before she knocked out the boss.
Jeez.
A pretty lady with an eye patch?
Oh. Does this description remind you of someone, Paimon?
Are we allowed to get Beto in trouble too? Yeah, I was gonna say, don't tell him, Paimon. We just met Heizou. We've known Beto for a
Okay.
long time.
And how about you?
Come to think of it, all pirates wear eye patches.
Really?
Sorry,
Okay,
Heizou,
I'll
but if it
take
comes
that
down to
as a
selling
no.
out, you were selling out one of our older
It
friends.
appears that the situation is just as I suspected. Todoroki is striking a shady deal with a group of pirates, while General Goro appears to be assisting with the cover-up.
Well, they're trying to fix the economy, so, you know.
Todoroki said that he'd be going to Sangonomiya early tomorrow morning to get Goro's instructions before the caravan leaves. Now is the time to address any doubts you may have. Tomorrow morning will be our moment to confront them. Hopefully, my final question will be answered then as well. The question of what important thing this island is missing. I can feel some connection to the question in Goro, Todoroki, and even to Kuda and Masashi.
Interesting.
Hopefully, we'll finally have an answer tomorrow. Let's get some rest. I'll see you at Sangonomiya tomorrow morning.
Okay. I can kind of see why Songo was a little bit irritated by this guy. I don't necessarily... It was 8 to 12, I think, the next day. Worst comes to worst, I just wait next day. I can kind of see why she was irritated, but I don't mind the character. It's just... Like I was saying too, I'm not... If it came down to like selling out Beto, Kazuha, you know, Goro, Kokomi, or Heizou, who we just met. Even if it is this hangout event, you know, obviously we're going to choose our older friends, but... It's interesting. But... He is right, though. It is a little bit shady from what we're finding out. He did.
Who are you?
Hello, Todoroki. I'm Shikanoin Heizou, Special Detective of the Tenryou Commission. I believe you've been manipulating large-scale illegal trades for some time now. Mind if we talk about that for a bit?
You can't just go around spewing such nonsense, young man.
And what if I'm not talking nonsense?
Ridiculous. I don't have time to listen to this. Get out of here, you little brat.
I know I'm on the younger side compared to you.
He's calling him
Todoroki.
old.
So I'm sure
Jeez.
you must have heard the old saying. Off the scale, some goods only weigh a couple pounds, but on the scale, they weigh more than 1,000. So the question is, do you want to put your goods on the scale or not?
What are you trying to say?
Well, nothing. All I want to hear is you personally confirming what we already know to be the truth.
Masashi! Tokuda! Arrest these people!
Huh? Todoroki, what's wrong?
Who dares to cause trouble at Sangonomiya Shrine? Huh?
Yeah, they're like, wait a second, we can't actually do anything about it. It's the Traveler.
Captain? What are you doing?
These crooks are trying to pry into the secrets of Watatsumi. We mustn't let them go.
But, no. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Todoroki, this is the captain of Swordfish 2, one of our own.
It doesn't matter who they are. Remember what General Goro told you? A long-term goal of Watatsumi is to revive its trade and commerce. And since you have been assigned to work with me, it's my orders that count around here. I don't care if they were your captain. Would you dare disobey orders?
I mean, what are they gonna do? Try and apprehend us? We're way stronger than
What are
them.
you waiting for? All right, I see how it is. If you two won't do it,
Oh, this is gonna be a sight.
I really hoped it wouldn't come to this. But here we go.
Wait! Everyone, stand down!
General Goro, you're here.
My apologies, Traveler, Detective Heizou.
Yeah, we already,
I
you
wasn't
know, kind of
telling
figured
you the
that out,
truth.
Goro, but...
Todoroki, The Traveler here is the hero who saved Watatsumi Island. Without her, Watatsumi Island would never have found the peace it has today. We mustn't raise our weapons against her.
How could you be so naive, General Goro? If we let them go free, then who's to say the Shogunate won't come after us tomorrow? If the Shogunate decides to investigate, we won't be able to hide the truth.
We weren't gonna say anything, but
Todoroki.
yeah.
Let's not kid ourselves. If going to jail could solve the problem, I would go and turn myself into the Tenryou Commission right now. The question is, what are we going to do with the goods? Will you be able to keep them? Not to mention the chance of astronomical
Though it was for some kind of
fines.
fine or
Can you
like
afford
tax
that?
or something. That was
Goro, we both
going to
know
cause
that
such a huge
Watatsumi
issue.
Island is a barren land. Plant 100 radishes here and maybe only 3 would grow. And those 3 combined would still be smaller than just 1 carrot imported from elsewhere. You can't grow food or medicinal herbs here, and if we buy them from Rito, we pay exorbitant taxes.
Yeah.
My eldest son died fighting on the battlefield. But do you know how my second son died? He died because there was no medicine to treat him. You awarded both of them medals of honor. But did that save their lives? Can medals heal Tokuda and Masashi's wounds? No. It was the medicine that I got that saved their lives. If we detain them today, the Shogunate will never know what we've done. Besides, we're only a few months away now. We will set them free once the new bill is passed in just a few months, and everything will be okay. None of what happened here will be mentioned again, and life on Watatsumi Island will continue to improve.
I understand, Todoroki, but they won't...
I can trust the Traveler.
Yeah, I said we won't,
the
but
detective
well,
here is a
Heizou is a bit different, you know.
Forget it. You're the general. I'm just a radish farmer.
It's a new commodity tax bill currently being drafted by the Kanjo Commission. The bill exempts taxes on goods that are in short supply on Watatsumi Island. Once the bill's introduced, we'll be able to buy commodities that we need from regular marketplaces.
Oh, I see. Man alive. I wish I had known sooner. In that case, how about we put
He's
you
just
to
gonna
your
ignore
ease
his
and I'll
duties
stick
for a
around
little bit
here
longer.
A little longer.
Oh my gosh.
You know, until the bill is introduced.
Detective Heizou, are you saying that...
You mean you're willing to stay here?
Well, morally, it
young man?
kind of makes sense, though. They're being basically just hamstrung
you
for no
two,
reason
what's with
over
the strange looks?
the taxes on goods that they
You've been
should
keeping
have
me
as
under close
basic
surveillance,
commodities.
haven't you? Surely you must have noticed that aside from being a detective, I'm also an ordinary tourist who likes to enjoy good scenery. I believe that after the new commodity bill is passed, there will be more and more traffic between the two sides, and more people will be coming
There
to
you go.
visit Watatsumi Island. I have to take the opportunity now and enjoy this place while I still have it all to myself. Before long, tourists will start pouring in.
Thank you, Detective Heizou. On behalf of the people of Watatsumi.
My pleasure. But one good turn deserves
my
another,
gosh.
does it not?
Oh, you mean there's something you wish to request?
I suppose you could say I'm from the Shogunate, but the traveler next to me isn't. As far as I know, she is planning to visit other nations soon, and it is unclear if she will return to Narukami Island or not. Therefore, there's no need to limit her freedom, right?
Yeah, we're planning on
I'm
visiting
sure no one
Sumer
else will
soon.
hear of what happened today. Am I right, traveler?
I agree with
Well, it's settled then. She will always be an important partner to Watatsumi, and I would never dream of limiting her freedom. So please,
Thanks, Goro.
don't worry, Detective Heizou.
I'll hold you to that. But if I ever find out you've lied to me again,
my gosh.
there's a chance I'll lose my cool.
I'm sorry for not telling you the truth earlier. It's a serious matter, and I didn't want outside parties to become involved. But today, I realized my poor judgment. How could I possibly hide anything from Detective Heizou and the Traveler?
I'm glad you understand now. But, in all honesty, I'm the one who should be thanking you.
You're letting me ditch out of my
Because
duties
of
for a
you that
longer
I was
time.
finally able to reach an answer. After all, nothing makes a detective happier than putting a case to rest.
Ah, I understand now. You really are an interesting person, Detective Heizou.
No, I'm afraid you don't quite get what I mean.
I'm sorry?
Wait! Paimon gets this one! it's the answer to your question, right? The one about the thing you sensed coming from Goro and the others. Now you figured it out.
What? The thing you sensed coming from me? But I always have excellent personal hygiene.
No, not like that.
Hey, Traveler. Could I talk to you for a moment? Besides, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet.
Just gonna walk like 3 feet over.
Hey, there you are. Come here. Look, look. It's beautiful, isn't it? Watatsumi Island. It's remarkable how such a barren land can give life to such wonderful and stunning scenery. To be honest, I am grateful to you for this trip. Before you arrived, I was running around like a headless chicken. Even if I happened to find out what was going on here, I wouldn't have been able to uncover any concrete information without you present. I'm just sorry that I promised I'd accompany you back. It appears that I won't be able to do so for the time being. So please, cover for me in the meantime, okay?
Yeah, sure.
It's all in the past now. Let's just chalk it up as an intriguing experience I had on my trip here. Besides, that's not what I wanted to investigate anyway. Yes, everyone you led me to and everything they said brought me closer to the answer. And now I finally get it. Watatsumi Island is an ancient land where the soil is poor and many crops do not grow because it's lacking a certain thing. But what the inhabitants of this land do have is bravery. They were courageous enough to stand up and resist the gods and accomplish what they knew could not be done. This is yet another instance in which that certain thing shines. That missing element. That certain thing is what I sensed present in Goro, Todoroki, Tokuda, and Masashi, which is the true vitality of this land. I guess I was mistaken when I declared that something was missing. That something from this island had evaporated into thin air. Because even something that evaporates is not gone. It's still there, just in a different state of being. When water is heated by fire, it evaporates and eventually finds its place in the sky. Similarly, when the land was harmed, its vitality evaporated and eventually found its place among the inhabitants. This is the final answer I've been searching for. Anyway, thanks again. You know, even though we just met, I wish you could be my partner all the time. Call me Grady, I guess.
Oh, you're in our party now, so you can go to Sumeru with us.
I know that's impossible. You have your own journey to complete.
Like another 4 nations to visit.
I'll just keep doing what I can. Hopefully keeping my memories from evaporating safe and sound in my mind. That way, I'll always be able to remember these beautiful things. The beauty of Watatsumi Island. The people who are full of life and vitality. And you two, who were by my side.
That was nice. You know what? He did grow on me a bit during that path. That's really, like, that was really wholesome. Let's see what the other paths are. I have an idea where a couple of the splits are. I might be wrong, but just a thought. So one of them switches there, but I was thinking, oh really? Never mind. I was wrong. I thought that there would be a split potentially somewhere along this path, but guess not. So Camp Secret. So there is no split off of this entire path. So we just watched a really long singular path. Interesting. Yeah, no, I was just wrong then. Ah, well, nothing new. I don't have the best intuition when it comes to stuff like that, but... Alright, well then, I'm interested to see where the other splits are then. Because obviously there's at least 5 endings. It's all the way back at when we... Okay, so to some extent it might be where I thought it was.
Something vital is missing
It's from here.
on this island.
Okay.
Isn't that bizarre?
Hi, Mom.
As always, though, I'm not gonna just...
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if this matters. I mean, we lost a heart here, so let's try this.
Interestingly, some people... However...
Oh, I guess that was
if you
probably
ask
new
me,
conversation. Oops.
Dreams have nothing to do with the gods. Instead, they
It was
are
just a slightly different
flashes
answer
of
though, so
intuition. It was my
I don't think that's
intuition
where the
telling
path
me
splits
that there
though.
was something important about this island.
Okay, no, this
So
is
I
the same.
decided to accept
It was
this
just
little
like that
commission
first
from my
sentence or two, I think,
intuition
after
and
we
investigate to see if
gave
I
him
could
a different
come up
answer.
with any. Unfortunately, who
Yeah,
knows?
okay.
Nah, don't worry about. So how would you like to partner up on this? Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I understand. Well,
Like I said, we could
so
listen to all
since
this
we're
again,
already
but
here, once everything is
for the most part the same. Okay, so this is where I thought it was going to split. So I don't know. Obviously, let's start out with the like I'm curious about it, so he's not just mad at us, but go with the it's our
what a
actual
sterling
duty, because that is what
example
we
of
were hired for.
dedication.
I just realized I moved my
In that
model off
case,
screen too. Sorry
I'll
about that.
accompany you back to the police station first.
That's
we
awkward.
can discuss the issue of Watatsumi Island later.
I think it was when I was spam clicking to get through the dialogue. Oh gosh. Sorry about that. But yeah, let's head back. So this is obviously a split. I don't know if there's more splits. I'd assumed there was a split along the branch though when we had the ability to continue investigating further into what was going on or go back at that point. But it appears as though that wasn't the case. I didn't see any branches up until back at this first initial one. So just interesting.
Oh, look who showed up. Heizou, you're finally back. Listen, if you took any longer to come back, everyone at the police station would be toast.
You say that every time I come back, Uesugi. However, something does feel a little unusual about the police station this time.
Come on, would I ever lie to you? Madame Kujo-Sara is here, and she's on the warpath. So be on the lookout.
So instead of dealing with Goro and Watatsumi Island, we're dealing with...
Doshin Shikanoin.
Oh
I
my
see
gosh.
you finally returned. Please, enlighten us. What have you been doing
Hi, Sarah.
recently?
Okay. I was just out investigating a case.
Don't give me that. I checked the records here. You didn't take any cases.
Actually, it's a case of personal relevance to me. These two can attest
What do
to
you want
that.
us to lie to, Sara? Technically on this path,
Traveler?
we just met you.
Paimon, what are you two doing here?
We're the ones who brought Heizou back.
Brought him back? Can someone please
Paimon just threw him under the bus.
Oh, well,
Oh my
Madam
gosh.
Kujo-Sara, because we couldn't locate Doshin Shikanoin, we commissioned Detective Ryuji from the detective agency. Shortly after, Ryuji returned to tell us, that he had given the commission to the Traveler, and then...
It used to be that the Tenryo Commission assisted others with disappearances, but it seems these days others are now assisting us. You've done it this time, Shikanoin. I think I've really seen it all.
I mean, is it really so unusual for officers and citizens to assist one another?
It's a bit of a white lie, but we can go with that, sure.
It was kind of weird, but it was definitely an investigation. He even pretended to be captured by Nobushi and treasure hoarders.
Oh? Is that so? Well, since you are testifying for him, I suppose I won't ask any more questions.
Sick.
But since you're here,
Okay.
I have an extra favor to ask.
Okay, well,
I'd like you to be Shikanoin's temporary supervisor. It'll be your duty to ensure that he
Why?
handles his case properly, and that he doesn't disappear and neglect his work again. I'll be sure that the police station prepares the appropriate compensation.
Oh, yes, Traveler. I'm sure we all
He's
really
like, yeah,
appreciate it.
he keeps disappearing. It'd be great.
Heizou seems to be happy with the idea.
You
Okay.
should thank the Traveler this time, Doshin Shikanoin. Otherwise, I don't think I would have let you off so easily. Here, take this letter of complaint. It's written against you. Please consider carefully what to do with it.
Oh my gosh.
I do not wish to see another one. Understood?
Huh? Someone filed a complaint? That can't
Is he
be
really
right.
that surprised?
Why would there be a complaint letter?
You must not be doing your job properly, and now you're attracting complaints.
No, it really doesn't add up. You two don't get it. Although Madame Kujo-Sara just made some harsh remarks, we all know that Heizou-senpai is a real whiz when it comes to cracking cases. He's the biggest asset in our team.
Yeah, but is he kind
Several
of, you know,
leaders have risen through the ranks as a
rude
result
when doing
of his
it?
achievements. He's definitely no slacker.
Then he must have gotten himself into some kind of trouble.
Well, let me see what's the deal here. Oh, And since you agreed to be my temporary supervisor, you'll find the desk where new case files are kept right over there.
Okay.
Would you mind helping me check what cases I need to deal with?
Yeah.
Of course. But first, I have to confirm what's going on, and whether or not the letter's legit. Please, have a look at the case files first.
Fine. Does he think the complaint letter is fake? The Prince of Mischief. That's about Ito. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Love a dog when Miss. Okay.
Who would give a dog such a strange name?
Is that the dog from the tea house, maybe? I don't know. Taramaro, I think his name is. Improved clever. Heizou talks fraud.
Heizou talks fraud? What's that? Sounds interesting, whatever it is.
Yeah. Especially since we are just technically cracking fraud in the other path.
So, have you gone through the case files? Is there anything that caught your eye?
I wonder, again, I just always wonder when there's so many options if this is just all routes lead to one type of thing or if this is actually where it splits.
Oh, have they approved it already? The Tenryou Commission certainly has become more efficient ever since Kujo Kamaji took office.
Does seem that way.
So, what is Heizou Talks Fraud?
It's an anti-fraud public awareness event. Basically, think of it as a short play about fraud. We'll get a few people to perform an entertaining drama in order to raise public awareness about the issue.
Ooh, so it's a play?
First one that would come to mind would be Yunjin, but Yunjin's in, you know, Liyue.
Well, see, fraud is a major issue here. You've traveled between different nations. I'm sure more.
It's interesting this is like being brought up here after that other path, though.
That scamming the poor of their money is essentially robbing them of their lives.
Well, to be fair, yeah, they're kind of getting scammed with all the extra taxes and stuff on Watatsumi Island.
Into something more serious.
That makes sense. But will putting on a performance really work?
Maybe.
It's hard to say. Preventing crimes is more difficult than solving them. There's no doubt about that. But prevention is also a more worthwhile cause.
Makes sense.
Maybe only a small number of people who attend the event will ever actually encounter a scam artist. And even then, of the handful of attendees who encounter said scam artist, I doubt many of them will be able to see through the scammer's
I get
ruse.
like 3 spam calls or
If
emails
only one
a day.
person
Like,
escapes the clutches of a scam artist
you know.
because of my event, then
Okay.
I'm willing to put on this play for that person.
that's fair.
Alright, count us in! Today we are the anti-fraud messengers!
Great. First, we need 3 actors, 2 to play the
Oh,
scam
no.
artists and 1 to play
Oh,
the victim.
don't. No.
I already have a couple candidates in mind for the roles of the scam artists, so come with me to the Grand Narukami Shrine.
Is Yaimiko really gonna appreciate us putting on some kind of a play like that about scams in her shrine? Because, like, if there's one person in Izuma I don't want to make mad, even over, like, the Shogun.
Ooh,
We know who it
to
is.
the Grand Narukami Shrine, are you planning to recruit Miko for your play? She'd be really good at acting.
Well, I guess you'll have to wait and see.
Oh, Kana, isn't this, Sayu's, caretaker?
Heizou, what are you doing here, you little brat? Oh, and the traveler, too. So, I assume you're here to see Lady Yae?
Hey, come on, cuz. Maybe I'm just here to see you.
Oh, is that his cousin? What?
Don't play your little games with me.
Or is that just
If
a
the
nickname?
traveler
Probably just a
isn't
nickname.
looking for Lady Yae, then you must be
Etsu.
here looking for Etsu, right?
You still know me best, cuz.
Please wait here. I'll go get her.
Huh, so we're not here to see Miko? Bummer.
Yeah, I know,
flattered,
right?
But even if I wanted to, do you really think I could convince Lady Yae to join a little
Well, I
event like
thought
mine?
he was gonna try and get us to convince Lady Ai to join.
Ask her next time.
Yeah.
She can do it.
Well, hello, Detective Heizou.
Okay.
It's been so long since you last came to see me. You know, it's cruel to keep a girl
Oh.
waiting.
Hey, Community service isn't all bad, is it? I'm sure it's better than prison.
It's a former
at least.
criminal.
That's right. I was careless and found myself
okay.
caught up in a case of fraud. Detective Heizou arrested me, and I was sentenced to prison.
For the record, I'm not the one who technically arrested you.
Oh, come
Jeez.
now, Detective Heizou. Don't pretend like you don't remember the part you played. You have a cold heart, Detective. Colder than an icicle in the middle of winter.
Okay.
How would those Doshin have nabbed me if you hadn't provided evidence of my involvement and whereabouts, They were so bland and functional. Not like you, Detective. When you took me down, you knew exactly what you were doing.
So,
Jeez.
how did you end up here at the shrine?
I'm here doing community service, of course. After all the information Detective Heizou managed to squeeze out of me, he promised to help secure a reduced sentence from the court. But in the end, they hardly reduced my sentence at all. Even after serving a lengthy prison term, I am still required to perform community service. I have to spend the entire day sweeping leaves or wiping floors. Just look at what the work has done to my soft and delicate hands. So,
Jeez.
don't believe a word that comes out of his mouth.
I helped you get community service because you were credited with assisting the investigation. But
Oh my gosh.
if you find it too exhausting, I can always send you back to prison again.
Oh, come on, Detective Heizou. Now you're just toying with me.
Don't give me that. Listen, I'd like to invite you to the anti-fraud event I mentioned last time. It's tomorrow night, and you'll be a VIP
well.
guest. Let's see.
There you go. You don't have to work
Appearing
for
in the
5
event
days.
would be equivalent to what?
Does he actually have the
5 days
power
of
to
community
guarantee that?
service? How does that sound?
Only 5 days? That's hardly anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's our actual sentence right now?
5 days not enough? Okay. How about 4 days?
Hey! That's a day less than what you just promised me, Detective Heizou.
Oh, my mistake. 3 days.
All right, I'll go. Just
Oh my
stop
gosh.
playing with my heart. And may I ask, will they also be coming as a guest tomorrow
Don't drag
night?
me into this, but yeah, I don't think we get a choice.
No wonder you're treating me so coldly today, Detective Heizou. Looks like you found someone else to keep you company. And what a charmer they are. I get what you see in them. I mean, you'd have to be blind not to.
Atsu, now's not the time. If I hear you talking like that to my friend again, I'll make your community service even more unpleasant than your time in prison.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had no idea they were your friend. Really.
Well, now you do. Just be sure
What is
you're
this
ready tomorrow.
conversation?
I'll send you the location, time of the event, and the script, so don't be late. All right, on to our next candidate. He should be in town right about now.
Is it this? There's some odd connections.
Mr. Iba, how are you doing?
Oh, well, if it isn't Heizou. Thanks to you, I haven't kicked the bucket yet.
Well, it's good to see you're alive. And well.
All right, out with it. I know you wouldn't come see me for nothing.
Is this who he's having play the victim?
I see
Oh my
you're still
gosh.
sharp as ever, Mr. Iba. Look, have you had a chance to think about that anti-fraud event I mentioned to you last time?
You can forget it. I'm pushing 71 this year. You think I want to make a fool of myself?
Are you sure? You know, this event is very well funded. And now that the Sakoku decree has been
Oh my
repealed,
gosh.
I heard that your granddaughter Kazumi wants to take the chance to travel. If you participate, she can go without worrying about money at all.
Huh? How did you know? Sure, I paid a hefty fine at the time, but I can still afford her travels. You're Heizou's colleague, aren't you? How haven't you heard about this?
Wouldn't say we're his colleague,
Well,
but yeah.
it just so happens that Mr. Iba was a well-known figure in
Oh,
Inazuma
okay.
back in the day. His Iba Trading Guild was even bigger than the current International Trade Association.
Don't bring it up again. If I hadn't been misled by that foreign merchant, I never would have become a commercial scammer. Fortunately, young Heizou here has some respect for the elderly and applied for a probationary sentence. Otherwise, I don't think I would have ever seen the light of day again.
Well, if Heizou
Well,
was
the
so
Tenryou
good
Commission is
to
pretty
you,
strict about
then
stuff
you
like
should
that.
help him out too.
Oh my gosh.
He's not as innocent as he looks, you know. He just knows it's easier to get information when we're chatting outside. Ask him if you don't believe me.
Those are some pretty harsh words, Mr. Iba.
Anyway, I can't help you with that, event, or whatever you call it.
Ah, man alive. What should I do now? I already told Kazumi that you'd show up and caution everybody about avoiding fraud. I'm sure it'd be beneficial for everyone, and Kazumi even agreed to come and listen. How can I explain to her that you were too worried about being embarrassed? She might even think that you feel no remorse at all.
You imbecile! You should have told me about this first.
Come on now. How could I have known that you'd refuse to participate?
Why, you...
Oh my gosh.
You sure are a crafty one, just like your father.
I wonder who his father
so
was.
You'll join us?
What choice do I have? Using my granddaughter to force me into some event.
People these days.
The world needs you to step up. I will send the time and place of the event as well as the script, so don't forget to prepare.
All right, very well.
Well then, now we only need to find the last person to play the role of the fooled victim.
Okay, no, so he's also another scammer, jeez.
Otherwise, they'd see right through this ruse and the drama would come to a grinding halt.
Are we actually? I thought these were gonna be actors. Are we actually trying to mock scam someone? No.
Paimon knows the perfect
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
I know that
gosh.
guy. I've seen him in the police station a handful of times, though I've never
That's messed up.
actually spoken to him before. Do you know where we can find him?
Well, we did just see a file called the Prince of Mischief in Hanamizaka. That's gotta be Ito. He must be in Hanamizaka.
All right then. To Hanamizaka we go.
I can't believe
But
that.
knowing his reputation, I'll need to bring a little something along just to guarantee we can secure his participation. You go ahead. I'll catch up.
Oh, I don't know why I keep yawning. Anyway, that's messed up. I thought we were gonna be like finding actors and whatnot to actually do it. Are we actually just gonna try and dupe Ito in front of everybody? Cause that's as we immediately see him probably trying to scam a kid out of his stuff. So maybe I feel a little bit less bad. Why is Shinobu never with
How about that, kiddo? My little Prince of Mischief's got some moves, huh? Guess that means your Oni Kabuto.
Oh my gosh.
Is now my Oni Kabuto.
Ito, what are you up to?
Huh? Oh, Paimon, my compadre. This is a nice surprise. What brings you out this way?
We heard you.
What?
Jeez.
No, it's not. No, it's nothing like that. They let me look after their Oni Kabuto just for a little while for safekeeping, and then, once they've gotten stronger, they can come and take them right back.
You win some,
Oh
you
my
lose
gosh.
some.
That's right, my little guy. Good attitude. All right, see you around.
I feel less bad about it already. Crazy how that works, huh?
Helping this guy.
Oh, an anti-fraud event? I'll level with you, compadre. I have no idea what that is, but if you want me there, I can think of nowhere I'd rather be. Oh, except that there's this Oni Kabuto
Oh
Battle
my
Royale
gosh.
tomorrow night that I was planning on going to. Yeah, it's gonna be huge. No holds barred, winner takes home all the Oni Kabuto. And as you can see, my Prince of Mischief has a pretty good chance of winning this thing, so if it was any other day, you know?
Do you think all of those Oni Kabuto together would be a match for my one? Here's a picture. Let me know what you think.
Oh my gosh. That's a pretty big Oni Kabuto.
Huh? What this? What is this? How'd it get so big? What are you feeding this thing? Look at those beautiful demon stripes. Those razor sharp
Why
horns.
does Heizou have
Is
this?
The fabled Emperor Onikabuto?
This is a small token we provide for VIPs. If you're willing to attend, then one of these will be yours at the end of the event.
Jeez.
Whoa, okay, I'm there. Wait a sec, you look familiar. Who are you
I feel like he's
anyway?
probably arrested Ito a few times.
Furthermore, do Onikabuto really come in this size? You're not trying to con me.
Oh no, is this what the
The more I think about it, the more I'm inclined to think that
Oh my
you're a
gosh.
contestant in tomorrow night's Onikabuto Battle Royale. Yeah, you lost to me in a previous Beetle battle, and now you're trying to get the reigning champ out of the way. Without Prince of Mischief to contend with, you'll be free to sweep in and take all the Onikabuto. Am I right or am I right?
Oh my
Nice
gosh.
try, you little punk. 10 out of 10 for the pitch, but you picked the wrong victim.
Okay. Then again, consider this. If your Prince of Mischief isn't competing, what's the point of me taking part? After all I'd stand to win is a bunch of puny little larvae. No?
Well, you've stumped me there. You are completely right. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Sorry, my bro, my main man, my buddy. I had you all wrong.
So, you're sure this guy's our best choice?
You're the Oh wait, no, we were the one who brought him up, huh?
Already wondering if you were trying to con him.
Then allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shikanoin Heizou. I've seen you around a few times before at the police station.
Okay, well.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I remember now. No wonder you looked so familiar. You were that guy who was in for stealing other people's Onikabuto, right? Listen, Heizou, hombre, did you apologize to them? You can lose like a man, you can win
What do you
like
mean?
a man, but you can never steal like a man.
Oh my gosh.
That's a little Ito nugget.
Ito!
Oh my gosh.
He works there, for crying out loud! He's not one of your fellow inmates.
What? Oh, jeez. What's wrong with me? How could I forget? Of course I know you. I remember you now. For real, this time. You're the guy who sells lavender melons at the station, aren't you?
Oh my
A
gosh.
lavender melon seller? At the police station? Don't be ridiculous!
I know what I saw, okay? Several times now I've been sitting there starving in jail when this guy comes and slips me a few lavender melons on the sly. Didn't even want payment. Solid guy.
Yeah, that was me. But it was only because your assistant, Kuki Shinobu, asked me to look out for you.
What? So Shinobu was behind it? Wait, so hombre, you're not a lavender melon seller?
Look, we're
That's kind of what endears me to Shinobu, though, is that she's always looking out for
now is that I am the host of
the entire
tomorrow night's
Arataki Ito
event.
gang.
And if you show up, the Onikabuto in the picture is yours. Deal?
Deal, done. But could I get another look at that picture first? Just a little peeksy.
We really are scamming him with this, huh?
You'll have all the time in the world to inspect the real article once the event's over.
Oh my
okay,
gosh.
sure, I can wait. So, hombre, is there anything I need to do to prepare? Because if I'm doing this, I'm bringing my A game, all right? No half measures here. I'm gonna do this right.
He sure picks his moments to start acting responsibly.
Okay, so for this event, you, my, bro, will be participating in a short anti-fraud play along with 2 other VIP attendees. The main thing we ask is that you just relax. Try not to be nervous. I have the script, right here, if you want to take a...
Script? Sounds like someone's never seen the Arataki gang perform
Oh my
before,
gosh.
huh? Don't you worry, hombre. The Arataki gang is a little beyond the need for scripts. You'll see, this Onikabuto will be well worth your investment.
You, don't need a script? Wow, well, now I'm excited. See you there tomorrow night.
Really, I'd be concerned, but we also we know
I'm gonna tell
Ito.
the gang about this too. They'll all be there to support us.
Oh gosh. So 20 hours the next day, huh? Oh, that's basically the entire day, huh? I feel like... Oh my gosh. He is gonna be so mad I'm like 99% certain there's no actual real Oni Kabuto he's getting, you know? Maybe just me, but, you know, just my first guess. Could be wrong, but it's just, jeez. Okay, did Shinobu not show up? That's fair. She's probably off
It's
dealing
almost
with
time.
something else.
Everyone ready? All right, then let's get this show started.
Oh, I can't wait, Mr. Heizou.
Oh my gosh.
Let's get going, Heizou.
Emperor Oni Kabuto, hang in there, Your Highness. I'm coming for you.
It takes years to make a fortune, but only a moment to lose it all to a scam artist. Welcome to the first Heizou Talks Fraud. I am your eponymous host, Heizou.
So like 3 people that weren't us and the Artaki gang showed up.
Here today to explore the topic
Actually, a
of
little
fraud.
bit sad.
To help everyone avoid becoming the victim of scam artists themselves, we thought we'd invite several VIPs with a lot of experience in this area to perform a little play with an anti-fraud message. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Miss Etsu, Mr. Iba, and the venerable gentleman, Mr. Arataki Ito. Without further ado, let the show begin. It was just another bright sunny day when a distressed Miss Etsu
Oh
brought
my
her
gosh.
elderly grandpa, Iba, into the police station to report a crime. There, they were greeted by a kindly Doshin, surname Harataki.
Oh, he's...
Doshin Arataki, please
Okay.
help us! My poor grandpa has been defrauded!
Doshin Arataki? You talking to me?
Perhaps for want of familiarity with the script, a confused look creeps over Doshin Arataki's face, and he asks himself that age-old question. Who am I?
Yes, you are Doshin Arataki! You're Doshin Arataki!
Oh, so I'm in the play, right? Yeah. Okay, got it. I'm a Doshin.
Oh my
of
gosh.
course. Okay, I got this.
Hmm.
Ma'am, can you tell who it was that defrauded your grandfather? Rest assured, the Tenryou Commission and I are here to bring them to justice.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. It was too late when I found out. They took all of my grandpa's money, and all they left was this note.
Doshin Arataki frowns as he realizes this is more complicated than he thought. He takes the note in his hand and reads it out loud.
I am the Raiden Shogun. I am currently being held hostage
Oh
by
my
the Crooked
gosh.
Fleet and urgently need 200,000 mora to secure my release. Please place the ransom mora on the north coast of the deserted island. When all of this is over, I will promote you
Oh
to General of the Tenryou Commission.
It's the almighty Shogun. We cannot let Her Excellency come to harm.
But this is a scam, surely. I mean, 200,000 mora? Kinda lowballing it for the Electro Archon, don't you think? Shouldn't it be like, 300,000
My
at the very
gosh.
least?
Well, I sure thought so, but Grandpa's already parted with the money.
Well, then we gotta get it back. Is there still time?
Before I could go out to look for it, Grandpa received another note.
Doshin Arataki takes the note and reads it out loud.
I am Miss Hina. I am currently raising funds to publish a photo book. I urgently need 300,000 mora for publishing fees.
Oh
In
my
return for your
gosh.
support, you will receive a limited edition
No
signed
way.
photograph.
It's Miss Hina. We can't leave poor Miss Hina in a tight spot.
You're right, Gramps. Is 300,000 mora enough? I can spare some too if we need to make up the difference. Maybe I can get a photo of Miss Hina too. I mean,
Oh my gosh.
we gotta help Miss Hina out here.
It's a scam, Doshin Arataki! Snap out of it!
Oh, right, yeah, no, yeah, because if Miss Hina needed funds, she'd come to me first, you know, as her #1 fan. Why would she go asking this old geezer for help?
Oh my
These
gosh.
con artists don't know who they're up against.
Well, anyway, Not long after Grandpa handed over the money, he received yet
How
another
many
note.
notes are there gonna be? Jeez.
Doshin Arataki grabs the note and reads it aloud.
I am Arataki Ito. I was recently framed for a crime I totally did not commit, and now I'm stuck here in prison. I am in urgent need of 500,000 mora as bail. In return for your help getting me out, I will bring the whole gang over to thank you personally at your house.
Must be a scammer, surely. I've never heard of this person, and they're asking me for 500,000 mora.
Wait a minute. This is a scam. I'm Arataki Ito.
Oh my gosh.
You are? But your name tag says...
Doshin Arataki follows Miss Etsu's gaze to the name tag emblazoned on his chest, which reads, Arataki Shmito.
Oh
What kind of whack job script is
my
this?
gosh.
Am I me or ain't I?
That's really funny, actually.
So, the bail money?
Nope, no way, not a chance. Arataki Ito would never ask innocent people for mora in order to post bail. Whoever wrote this is a liar and a cheat, and we gotta get out there and get this guy off our streets.
But just as Doshin Arataki is being overcome with righteous indignation, the sound of Miss Etsu's weeping brings his attention back to her.
Miss Etsu, don't you worry. We're gonna catch the people who did this.
Even if you do catch them, how are we
Oh my
ever going to get
gosh.
Grandpa's money back?
Onikabuto? Wait,
I accidentally hit the
what
space
was
bar.
that about
Oops.
the Onikabuto?
Oh, well, Grandpa is a major Onikabuto breeder in our village. His are the biggest and strongest Onikabuto around. People come from far and wide to buy from him. We recently received an order that was too big for our current capacity. We were planning to expand Grandpa's facilities, but then we were swindled out of all of our money. Right after we'd signed the contract, too. If we don't deliver these Onikabuto on time, Grandpa will have to pay huge damages. Oh, what are we going to do?
Man, what's that saying? It's like, it never
What?
rains, but it snowballs. Exactly what we're dealing with.
Jeez.
Etsu, my dear, don't worry. I'll sell the house if I have to. We'll find a way through.
But then where will we stay? Please help us, Doshin Arataki. All we need is the 500,000 mora that was taken from us.
Oh.
Can you help us raise it? Or maybe you could lend it to us? Grandpa's business is going very well. We just need help getting over this hurdle.
Oh my gosh.
Doshin Arataki, please. If you lend us the money, I'm sure I can make it up to you by...
I won't hear of it. As a public servant, I would never dream of taking advantage of a person in need.
I was going to say, by giving you part ownership of the Onikabuto farm.
Oh, so that's what you were, yeah. No, it's not as enticing an offer as I was. Wait, on Onikabuto farm, how many Onikabuto did you
gosh.
say you have? Because if it's more than, say,
10, he says.
10,000.
What? 10,000? Well, that's more Onikabuto than I've seen in my whole life.
Please help us. As long as we get through this, those 10,000 Onikabuto are yours to keep.
10,000 Onikabuto. Hey, if I looked after them, they'd have little baby Onikabuto. And then the little baby Onikabuto would grow up and have little baby Onikabuto of their own.
Oh my
Doshin
gosh.
Arataki is struck by a sudden wave of pure elation. His face breaks into a big, beaming smile. But what does he do next?
Miss Etsu, don't you worry. I'm gonna help you out. But 10,000 is too many. I can only accept 1,000. Wait, no, what am I saying? 500 Onikabuto.
Oh my
As a
gosh.
Doshin of the Tenryou Commission, it is my duty to serve. How could I abuse my position to take advantage of you?
That's great news, Master Arataki. What a wonderful person you are. So strong and handsome and committed to doing the right thing. It's rare to find these days.
Yep, that's me. All right, there's just one final question that needs answering.
What question is that?
The question is, where's my Mora?
Oh my gosh.
Huh. Yo, Heizou, my hombre, question for you. What's my character's salary in the script? Oh, also, any inheritance or other lump sums I should know about? Basically, can I afford this 500,000 more? I mean, Schmito. I can afford it. Can Schmito.
Faced with a damsel in distress, Doshin Arataki fights to remain level-headed and asks that other age-old question. Where's my Mora? Suddenly, he feels a strange
I did not
compulsion
expect
to
this
slide
so-called
his hand
play
into
to
his pocket
drag out this
where,
long, but
it
it's pretty
turns
funny.
out a bank check has been quietly nestled all along. He draws the check out and inspects it. Today is payday, and this is his salary. The amount? 500,000 Mora.
Whoa, check it out! A check for 500,000 Mora!
He just put it in his pocket.
Where'd you come from, buddy? Misatsu, get this. Turns out I just got paid 500,000 Mora today. Well, here's your Mora.
Thank you so much. Master Arataki, what's wrong?
Doshin Arataki stretches out his hand. But wait! Just as he is about to hand over the check to Miss Etsu, he hesitates, tightly pinching one end of the check betwixt his two fingers. All he needs to do now is release the check, and it will fall into Miss Etsu's eager hands. But let go of the check he does not.
Master Arataki, let go!
Wait. Something's not right.
Doshin Arataki is having second thoughts. Has something caught his attention? Has it aroused his suspicion? Has he finally realized the truth?
So, this is an anti-fraud show, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
A spark of intuition bursts to life in Doshin Arataki's mind.
Since this is an anti-fraud event, I have a question.
Is he about to ask the most critical question of all?
He's about to ask something so dumb.
Ask.
This is it. Here it comes.
Does a Doshin really get paid this much? 500,000
Oh my gosh.
More. Enough to get an Electro Archon out from a hostage situation, then go pay for Miss Hina's publishing costs. You telling me the average Doshin can do all that on one pay packet?
I still can't get over the... Don't you think 200,000's lowballing it a bit for the Electro Archon?
I don't know. Seems pretty fishy to me. Hey, compadre, what do you think? Am I being scammed here?
Heizou! Ito's cheating! He asked for help!
As the spark of intuition flickers and threatens to fade, Doshin Arataki clutches around in desperation, hoping to find a source of fuel to feed the flames of enlightenment. Traveler, are you going to help this poor man?
Did we actually get the choice? Yeah.
Follow my heart. All right then. There's no way a Doshin makes 500,000 Mora in a single pay packet. Two innocent victims, Miss Etsu and Mr. Iba, come to a Doshin for help. And the Doshin, whips out a 500,000 Mora check? Yeah, likely story. There's only one possible explanation. Who's got two horns and carries around a fake checkbook? Yep, this guy.
What?
With this fake check for 500,000
gosh.
Mora, I almost swindled Etsu and Iba out of 10,000 Onikabuto, the last thing these poor folks needed after the recent string of catastrophes they faced. My mind is blown. Craziest plot twist I ever heard. The criminal was the main character all along. Miss Etsu, I'm afraid I can't let myself give you this fake check. But I will do everything in my power to raise 500,000 genuine Mora for you. So don't you worry.
Yeah, dude, this has gone so different compared to where I thought it was going.
Doshin Arataki listened to the voice of his heart and narrowly avoided being defrauded in his own unconventional way. But regrettably, he failed to ask the critical question. Who in their right mind would give away Onikabuto for free? I ask you all, is there such a thing as free Onikabuto? Free Mora? Or does nothing in life come for free? Thank you all for watching Heizou Talks Fraud. Don't get greedy and you won't be needy. Stay alert and you won't get hurt. You never know where scammers may lurk. See you all next time.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, my man, what did you mean when you said I avoided being defrauded? I thought I was the fraudmeister here.
Maybe someone should have read the script. Miss Etsu and Master Iba were the scam artists. Duh! You were the one they were trying to scam.
What? Huh? I was being conned? Darn, I can't believe they got me.
Well, you still managed to protect your money. In the end, they didn't succeed.
Yeah, but that was a happy coincidence. They scammed me, and I fell for it.
Oh.
Guessing it wasn't your first time either, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine so.
It was such a cheap trick, too. Oh, this is killing me.
The trick is a common one for a reason, but don't underestimate it. That's how you end up being a victim.
But how am I gonna protect my gang if even I get fooled by such cheap tricks?
Don't blame yourself, old chap. In fact, you know what? I was also conned today. Yeah, me, of
Oh
all
no.
people. Does that make you
This is
feel
going
better?
back to the beetle he promised Ito, isn't it?
No way! No, that's impossible. You're just trying to cheer me up.
Oh, no, it's the truth. Please, just take a look
Oh,
at the present I
no.
got for you.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, why can't it move?
That's just it. I'm sorry to say. It's just a figurine.
I knew it.
A figure? You mean it's a fake?
Yeah, and it's all my fault. I was duped by the Onikabuto vendor's false advertising. What a colossal fool I am. Taken in by a common street vendor? Ugh.
So you really were conned, dude! Let me take a second to let that sink in. Gotta say, although I didn't get my Emperoroni Kabuto, somehow, knowing that even Heizou got conned kinda puts me back in a good mood.
Okay, well, there's that, you know.
Strange. Maybe I'm sharper than I'm giving myself credit for. Great minds think alike, so, me and my hombre here, kinda equally matched.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Hey, by the way, compadre, looks like you're the only one out of the three of us who didn't get conned today. But you better watch out. We got fooled not because we were stupid, but because those scam artists are some crafty dastards. I want you to have this figurine as a reminder of the fact that today, Heizou and I both got conned, but we both grew a little wiser too. I hope that whenever you see it, you'll remember how cunning those con artists were, and how difficult it was for Heizou and I to see through their schemes. Then, you'll always keep your wits about you, and you'll never become a victim yourself.
Yep, that's right. No one will ever manage to con you.
Gosh. Jeez. Fabled Empire. Oh my gosh. Just, that was funny. That was a really long path though, like, jeez. But that was pretty good, honestly. It was pretty funny. Gee, okay, it does split at the very end here. So it must be a split at when we give him advice. If I had to guess. That was great though. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to be such a long, like, play, but... No, I did have a feeling he didn't actually have an... Maybe on this other split, but I had a feeling. That's still... they do a really great job with the character story quests and the hangout events. Like, Kazuha is obviously more of like a serious turn, but the hangout events, really great lighthearted. It almost reminds me of since we've been playing Three Hopes so much recently. The whole, like, the main story is very, very serious, but then the support conversations are kind of lighthearted.
It's almost time.
Oh, I can't...
Alright, we are going to skip through all this though, because it was such a long play up until that decision.
Okay, to help everyone, please join Miss Etz, Mr. Iba, and the Venerable. Without further ado...
Yeah. It was a good story, but given how long that took, we're not going to sit through it all the way up to that decision again.
Doshin?
Yes!
Oh! Man!
I gotta say though, Arataki Ito's voice actor, one of the best, I swear. So good.
Well, before I could go...
Doshin are...
I am... It's Miss Hina. You're right, Gramps. Is 300,000...
It's a scam, Doshin Arataki!
Oh, right.
Well, anyway...
Doshin Arataki...
I am... Must be... Wait a minute. Doshin are what kind of whack?
So...
Nope, no way, not a chance. Arataki Ito wouldn't, but just as Doshin...
I do wish there was an option in some of these though to skip up until the choice, because obviously we were going to watch it the first time, but I don't think there's been that many paths that are this long.
We're planning to expand Grandpa's facilities.
Oh my
but then
gosh.
we were
What's that?
Because this is a lot of dialogue to get to that choice again.
Oh, so that's what you were, yeah. No, it's not as enticing. Because if it's more than 10... What?
Please help.
10... Doshin are... Misatsu, don't you worry. I'm gonna... But 10,000... As a Doshin of...
That's great news.
Do we have to go through the entire play?
Huh. Yo, ahem. Suddenly... Whoa, check it out! Misatsu!
Thank you.
Doshin are... All he needs...
Master Art.
Wait. Doshin Arataki. So...
Huh?
A spark of Since this is he about... I got... This is it. Does a Doshin really get paid this?
Oh my gosh.
500,000... I don't know. Traveler.
Keep an eye out for Etsu and Eva. Okay. Well, that was the other option.
Etsu and Iba. So that's what's going on here. You two are the scam artists. You put on this damsel in distress and elderly grandpa act to win my sympathy, then used a few cheap tricks to get my attention. Then you dangled the bait in front of me, waiting for me to bite. Darn it.
I moved my avatar again. Gosh,
would give
dang
away
it.
Oni Kabuto for free, let
Sorry
alone
about that. Give me a
10,000 of
sec.
them. It's
Where
too
did
good
it
to
go?
be true, and that's how I know you're the scam artists. You got a lot of nerve trying to scam a Doshin.
It's while
You're
I'm
coming
skipping
with
through
me.
these scenes
You'll
that
get
it
a full confession if you know what's good for you.
does that.
Finally.
Where did
With
it go?
help
It's
of
all
his
the way over here.
intuition and a little guidance from beyond the void, Doshin Arataki successfully avoided being defrauded. Not only that, but he asked a critical question. Who in their right mind would give away Oni Kabuto for free?
Oh, that moved really far
I
over.
ask
Sorry
you all,
about that.
Is there such a thing as free Oni Kabuto? Free Mora? Or does... Alright, remember, it takes years to make a fortune, but only a moment to lose it all to a scam artist. Thank you once again for watching. Heizou Talks Fraud. Stay alert, everybody, and see you again next time.
Jeez. Yeah, sorry about that. So I think the reason it keeps happening is my OBS is pulled up on my second monitor.
How's my acting?
Oh, it was great, Ito. Don't you worry about that.
Those two would-be scam artists need to up their game if they want to have a chance of taking me down.
But it's on the left side of my screen, and so, I mean, it's on the right monitor, and I'm playing on the left monitor, so when I'm spam clicking, sometimes I accidentally move my model like that. Yeah, sorry about that, but anyway. Maybe just spam click on this side.
That hint from the traveler, you would have handed that cash away without a second thought.
Right, yeah. I should thank her for the timely hint. But I pretty much knew off the bat that something fishy was about to go down, so, it was just a matter of time before I saw right through their scam. Seriously, oldest trick in the book.
could just
Who's
lock
gonna
it.
fall for that?
Should probably do that.
Old tricks they may well be, but the reason they've stood the test of time is that the ideal victim is always out there somewhere. People who are behind on the times, naive, socially isolated, or have cognitive deficiencies. Just because they don't always get noticed doesn't mean they're not there.
It reminds me of, if you've ever seen the James Veitch skits on, like, YouTube from, I think it's from TED Talk. He mentions even one of those about, like, scams. If they send it to everybody, the only ones who are going to reply are going to be the most gullible people, you know?
Scammers cast a wide net.
Kind of sad,
Sure.
but yeah.
Maybe 10,000 fish will escape, but they only need one catch for them to win and for us to lose.
Well, no more losing from now on. Not with me here to protect everyone. I think we can all agree that my performance today shows I'm savvy enough to keep the scammers at bay.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Don't be too confident. Anyway, Ito, my old... what was it again?
Oh, did he actually have a
yes,
beat, or is
bro.
this the model again?
Here's the reward you were promised.
Ah, music to my ears. Emperor Oni Kabuto, come to Papa.
Oh.
Whoa,
Oh, it was a real one, huh?
those sharp horns.
Nope,
and
nope,
those
it was the figurine.
beautiful stripes. Well, hold on. Heizou, my hombre, why won't it move? Hey, bud, move! Oh no,
Oh,
I think
no.
this one might have, joined the big beetle battle in the sky.
It's a figurine, so not the moving kind.
What? A figure? So,
It's a fake?
Yep.
Man alive, you seem a little surprised. Wait, you didn't actually think this was a real Oni Kabuto, did you? No, surely not. Ito, old chap, you must have seen from the photograph that it was a figurine.
Well, he did only show him
Don't
the
tell me
photo
you didn't
once.
notice. Really?
You little punk! Give me my Emperor Oni Kabuto now!
Oh my gosh. That's pretty funny. I don't know which ending to play I like more, actually. The one where, like, Ito walks away feeling kind of happy, or the one where he realizes he's been duped. But I think... Yep, so we have one more bottom path. So, Shrewd Lady of the Ground. Okay. So it parts here. Interesting. I don't think my model's in quite the same place it was before. Yeah, I think it's the overlap from screen to screen, which is awkward. Alright, so... Go through this dialogue again. Okay, so it was... Which one? Let's go with the complaint letter. I would assume that's probably the one that's different, no?
I'm afraid this won't be an easy task. I was hoping I wouldn't have to drag you into this, but it's just occurred to me that with your help, I might be able to wrap up this problem.
I wonder who filed the complaint.
Tell us about the complaint letter.
It's from Songo, the president of Bantan
Oh,
Songo
yeah, well.
Detective Agency.
Yeah.
I assume you've met her before?
What did you
can say
do?
that. Songo's complaint letter accuses me of abusing my power for personal gain and blatantly concealing the truth behind the Ryuji case from years ago. Seriously, do I really seem like the type of person who'd do that?
Ooh.
Concealing the truth? That definitely sounds
You didn't
like
have to say it
something
out
you
loud,
would do.
Paimon.
Hey, don't judge a book by its cover, alright? Let's just go to the detective agency and talk to Songo. We'll need to speak with her to get to the bottom of this.
That doesn't sound like a good idea. I was wondering if we were ever going to have to go talk to her with Heizou, though. Looks like it was just on this bottom path. Hi, Songo. We brought your good old buddy Heizou.
Welcome back, Mr. Heizou. I'm glad you're all right. How about some tonkatsu? You must have missed the taste of home after so long.
Maybe next time, Ryuji. Seems like somebody's been expecting me. And I'm afraid they're only going to be disappointed once again.
Well, look who it is. The great Detective Heizou. What nonsense were you talking about just now? I've been worried about you, you know. So much so that I took the trouble to write that heartfelt letter to the Tenryou Commission. Well, was it sufficiently flattering for—
Uh-oh. They're at it again.
Let's not waste the traveler's time, Songo. Just tell me, what do you want?
Fine by me. My request is simple. Disclose all the details of the Ryuji case. It's time you stop hiding the truth and let me investigate
Wonder
it
if he's trying to
thoroughly.
protect her in some way. If it's
First
something
of all,
serious.
that case has already been solved. Second, I've disclosed everything the police station has on the case. And
Or-
third...
Enough! You can only fool Ryuji with that. If you don't want to cooperate, I can assure you that I will write more letters to the headquarters of the Tenryou Commission. I will not give up on this case.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Can someone please explain what's going on here?
All right, let me explain. Several years ago, a terrible murder took place in the police station. I was still working at the Tenryou Commission then, and the victim was actually
okay.
my dear boss. Due to various factors, I was deemed to be the top suspect, which is why it's called the Ryuji case.
Might be why it's so important to
Also,
Songo too.
Heizou wasn't a part of the police station back then. He was a detective at the agency. Which
Oh, what a
at
twist.
the time was called the
So he was
Bantan
related to the
Songo
Songo
and
agency at some point.
Heizou Detective Agency.
Huh? That's crazy! But, wait. Then why did Heizou leave?
After the incident, I was quickly convicted and sent to prison. Fortunately, Songo then promptly proved my innocence and caught the real murderer.
But that murderer was actually just a dummy to throw us off. Am I right, Detective Shikanoin?
Sango
it?
thought that everything went smoothly, so much so that she suspected the real murderer was someone else. Of course, Detective Heizou was also helping with the investigation, but after a long time, he still came up empty-handed.
That all explains why Ryuji is so
Later
grateful
on,
to
he decided to join
Heizou,
the
though.
police station to continue his investigation on the inside, which is why he left the detective agency.
Ha! That's what I thought too. I was foolish enough to believe that Detective Shikanoing and I shared a common goal. But I was wrong about him. He has no sense of loyalty at all. He just wanted to become an official as a means of gaining fame and fortune.
I kind of thought that was it, but I can understand why she would think that way.
Exaggerating. Let me set the record straight here. First, I joined the police station long after that murder case happened, and it had nothing to do with any inside investigation. That's just somebody's wishful thinking. Second, purely out of curiosity, I did investigate the case later from within the police station. My conclusion was that the suspect Sango had caught was in fact the real murderer. And lastly, when Sango didn't buy my conclusion and asked me to disclose all related case files from the police station, I did exactly as she asked. I didn't hide anything.
It's interesting.
He's lying right through his teeth.
That's it. I want this to end once and for all. Since the Traveler's my supervisor today, they have complete access to all the police station's files.
So they're getting a second opinion.
If she's willing to help re-examine the case and arrives at the same conclusion that I did, then you won't have to doubt me anymore.
Yeah, that should work.
Huh?
Unless you don't trust the Traveler. Come on, say it.
It's not about whether the Traveler's trustworthy. I'm just wondering if you will interfere somehow.
The thought never even crossed my mind.
Did it?
You have to swear that you will not mislead the Traveler by any means, and let her investigate the truth on her own.
No problem. Cross my heart, hope to die.
Well, Traveler, are you willing to help me with this? Will you agree to re-examine the Ryuji case and find the truth? You can bill me later for however much you'd like as compensation.
Sango, really? However
Yeah,
much they want.
Money is valuable, no doubt. But pursuing the truth is the reason I started this agency. The Ryuji case is the only
that a
case I
cat?
failed to solve. I am willing to give you anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll help you for free, don't
All
worry.
right. I'm counting on you, Traveler. You hear that, Detective Shikanoing? Ha! Now we just need to wait and see.
I'm genuinely curious to see how this
I
ends.
got it. No need to keep yammering like that. You'll scare the kids next door. Come on, let's go back to the police station.
Let's see. This is the last path that I saw, so it has to split at some point too, but I'm just genuinely interested to see how this kind of turns out.
Alright, hang out here for a sec. I need to go to the archives to get the case files. For now, why don't you go and chat with Yoriki Owada over there? He worked on this case too back in the day. No, you misunderstand. It's not that I want you to look into this. It's just that you're the only one who can.
What's with Sango trust, you know?
You're the only one I can think of who
Yeah.
Sango would ever believe. She trusts in both your qualities and abilities. So I hope your findings can finally convince her and put an end to this whole thing. Sure, she's just writing complaint letters for now, but who knows what she'll do in the future. Alright, I'll go get those case files. You go ahead and talk to Yoriki Owada for a while.
Okay. Hi, Yoriki. Owada. How are you?
Hello there. The Ryuji case. Oh, so you want to reinvestigate that one? That was several years ago now, but I still remember it clearly. It's pretty hard to forget something like that. Especially when the victim was the head of this police station. His name was Takatsukasa Isamu, the younger brother of Takatsukasa Susumu, head of the Takatsukasa clan.
It's probably a
He was
really big
one
case
of a
back in the
kind.
day then.
Decisive, brave, and smart. He was much younger than me and already had quite a reputation. I'm sure he would have gone far in the Tenryou Commission, if only he was still alive. What a shame. Who would have guessed someone was plotting against him? People will believe anything they hear. Everyone in the police station knew that Ryuji saw Takatsukasa Isamu like a father. Ryuji was an orphan, you know. Before he joined the station, he had been taking odd jobs here and there. It was Isamu who really took him under his wing. Ryuji was simple and not particularly bright, but he was very loyal to those who treated him well. He's also hardworking. Isamu must have seen these qualities in him and decided to keep
His
Ryuji
coworkers
by his
seem to have
side.
not actually
Ryuji worked with
suspected
for
him.
years after that, and was even promoted to be his personal assistant. Do you really think Ryuji would do anything to harm him?
So,
Nobody was jailed for it, yeah.
even Paimon can tell that's a mistake.
Well, here comes the interesting part of the case. Within a week, and before all the loose ends had even been tied up, Ryuji received his
what?
conviction.
It's like a rushed
Moreover,
conclusion.
It was signed by Madame Kujo Sara.
Oh.
What? Why would Sara do something like that?
I'm getting older now, and my eyesight is poor. I can't see too clearly anymore.
Hey, come on, Yoriki Owada, there's nothing to see. It's obvious that the Kujo clan did it.
You can't just go around saying things like that, Wisuki.
Yeah, that's a
Those were
bad
just
idea.
hearsay. There was no evidence.
That's not true. Traveler, you may be unaware that the Takatsukasa clan has always been assisting the Kujo clan in the Tenryou Commission. But who doesn't want to be the boss, right? And Takatsukasa Isamu was the key figure for the Takatsukasa clan to bring down the Kujo clan. At that time, no one was held in higher regard than Isamu. So, naturally, the Kujo clan saw him as a potential threat. Kujo Takayuki must have been planning it all along, that rascal. Takayuki is able to control the Takatsukasa clan as long as he's in power. But by the time he retires, Isamu would have been at the apex of his political power, while Masahito and Kamaji of the Kujo clan would still have been too young. The two of them wouldn't stand a chance against Isamu. You think Kujo Takayuki
This is a theory. I mean, that
kind
kind of makes sense, but I feel like maybe that isn't the whole story even close to it.
So he decided to strike first.
You youngsters and your conspiracy
Yeah,
theories.
I was gonna say it does sound like just a conspiracy theory.
It's the only way to explain
That's
it.
exactly what a
Otherwise,
conspiracy theorist would say.
why would an impartial person like Madame Kujo Sara sign Ryuji's conviction so quickly?
Are we gonna ask Sara herself?
They had
Because
to find
we could
a
find out.
scapegoat to pacify the Takatsukasa clan, so Kujo Takayuki must have told her to sign it immediately.
But Sara's not the type of person that would have done so just on an order. It was the wrong thing to
Madame
do.
Kujo Sara of anything, mind you. I respect her very much, but
you?
maybe she had no other choice.
What do you know? I'm sure Madame Kujo Sara must have had her own reasons.
That's what I'm curious about, is who was the real
The
murderer.
guy was a forensic expert who worked in the station named Shiroyama. I have to admit, he wasn't easy to track down. That Sango really is something, though. She caught him without even breaking a sweat. It turned out that after poisoning Isamu, Shiroyama secretly took the poison to Ryuji's place in order to frame him. Later on, the poison was also found in the forensic office, but that was already after Shiroyama's death. He confessed everything in a testament.
That's right. He hung himself in the forensic office not long after Sango was on his trail. Probably because he knew it was only a matter of time before he would be caught.
Interesting.
Of course, he didn't admit whether he had been prompted by Kujo Takayuki. He took the responsibility alone. I bet Kujo Takayuki promised him a sizable compensation. After all, Shiroyama had a family to feed.
There you go again, pulling conclusions out of thin air.
Yeah.
There wasn't any evidence of that at all.
Kind of just sounds like a conspiracy theory again, but
I can almost guarantee that it was the Takatsukasa clan who invited Sango to investigate. We all knew that Ryuji was just a scapegoat. You think the Takatsukasa clan wouldn't figure that out? They're not stupid. So, they were suspicious of the Kujo clan and invited Sango to take the case. However, the Kujo clan were still a step ahead and were able to remove themselves from the situation before the whole thing blew up. They drove Shiroyama to take all the blame as well as his own life. A perfectly clean cut for the Kujo clan. With Shiroyama dead, there was no one left to testify. Even the Electro Archon herself wouldn't be able to do anything.
I feel like if the Shogun really
You
wanted
make
to
up
do
so
something,
fast
she'd do
to
it
be a
anyways, but
politician.
that's besides the point.
It's a wonder nobody's asked you to be an advisor yet.
Yeah, it just seems
That's their loss.
seems very far-fetched, you know.
Complicated.
It's kind of hard because it's one of those things that we don't have all the background information on it, but still.
I bet you got quite an earful just now, huh?
Yeah.
But don't believe everything they say. After all, people can tell you anything, and it's hard to
Yeah.
separate truth from rumors.
And it's a case
without
from,
facts.
what did they say,
So
like
what
2-3
really
years ago?
matters is the case files. Everything laid out here is all that the police station has about the case. Please, take a look. Remember, you may find many clues during an investigation, but not all of them are useful. And in some cases, the clues you will find will not only be useless, but downright misleading. Also, if a clue cannot corroborate anything on its own, you can always compare it with other clues, and maybe then you'll find what you're looking for. Okay, that should just about do it. I'm looking forward to your results.
Hold on. What actually counts as a result?
Trying to verify
Usually, you need to find
it's true
two
or not,
things
yeah.
from these clues. A proven motive and proven means.
Okay.
Once you can confirm these two things, the criminal can be proven guilty. All right,
That makes
you can
sense.
go ahead and get started now. I look forward to hearing your verdict.
Almost reminds me of, like, I don't know, the Danganronpa games or something like that, but obviously not in the Vegas sense, but still. Alright.
So, what did you find? Have you come to a conclusion?
Oh, I didn't even... Yeah, I was gonna say,
Sure. Let me know once you...
were we actually supposed to look through the stuff? Oh, is it just this stuff? Oh, okay. Interesting. 41 years old, police station manager. Clothes intact, no visible trauma. Throat was congested and swollen, caused by a cold. Okay. Local ulceration was found in the stomach, so ulcers in the stomach include partially undigested soft rice residue, small volume of fish liver paste residue. The main ingredient is highly consumed. Nutritional supplement. Okay. Small volume of cold medicine. Specially prepared medicine. Small volume of novel toxin. Same toxin involved in the homes of Ryuji and Shirayama. Abdominal mucous membrane disease plus respiratory and circulatory falling. Okay.
Yikes.
Yeah,
He
that's
ate all kinds of stuff.
really random. Ryuji's testimony. There is so much stuff here. Unless this is... It looks like just 4 stars. Maybe it's just giving us both the bookcases at once. This is weirdly... Like... There's just so much here. Okay. Got a cold and lost his appetite. Rice is all he could eat. Special cold medicine. That explains why there's so much rice inside of his system. Something about a health supplement. Okay. Fish liver paste could boost. That explains that. Next day, really, master, so kind to me. I swear I would never do that to me.
Come to think of it,
Okay.
Shiroyama was a forensic doctor. He could easily pull off something like
Yeah, it just... Interesting. Yeah, he says he's poisoned his cold medicine. Was opposed him, huh? He also said if I Ryuji is only in prison, he used my family to blackmail me. Interesting. He didn't do a very good job at framing Ryuji or picking out a good, you know, target, but still. Yeah, just my family spared.
this is the key to proving that Shiroyama
Yeah.
was the murderer, right?
That's one of those.
That is,
He admitted to the crime, but
truth, of course.
that's not necessarily solid evidence in and of itself. If he is threatened or something like that, maybe that's what was going on. Just crazy. There's a lot of information dump here, honestly. Deceased. Okay, it was confirmed to have been written by the target. Apparently no chance of forgery unless that's a thing.
Takatsukasa Isamu seems like a
Yeah.
thoughtful person, but something about the tone
Almost a little bit sinister in undertone, but maybe that's just me. Was there anything else here? Conviction of Ryuji. Oh no, this is an entirely different 4 logs. 20 years old, Ryuji Doshin, subordinate of the deceased. Following conflict at work. Interesting. And this is the original conviction.
Wow. Ryuji's
Interesting.
conviction really was signed by Kujosara. But now
It does
we know
seem
she had it
oddly blatantly wrong. Yeah, that seems a little bit odd. Odorless, tasteless, and inert substance. Okay. Dissolvable in water, insoluble in other substances, synthetic toxin. Tentative name, white powder. Great. No transaction precision. Synthetic, huh?
Synthetic toxin?
Means it's not natural. It was made. Conviction of Shirayama. 22-year-old. Still grew to resent boss after conflict at work. Bought a bottle of poison. Planted the poison plant in Michi's house. Okay.
So Shirayama's
Interesting.
conviction was also signed by Kujo.
So she was potentially aware of like a mistake at least. Because she signed both the original conviction and the corrected conviction.
Huh? That's weird.
Okay. Interesting. Well, let's see if we have options here.
So,
My allergies are killing me.
Really? You found the criminal's motive and means that quickly? Awesome. All right, let's talk about the motive first. What clue reveals the criminal's motive?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm trying to remember already. There's just so much information up. But so, I mean, Shirayama's testament, I didn't feel like, it kind of said almost like, okay, well, he was always good to me. The conviction says that it was just due to issues at work. Just, I feel like it's...
Although Shirayama's testament contains the confession of his motive,
I'm genuinely trying to think. Maybe it's this one? Okay, it was that one. Interesting. Well, I was wrong the first time. I was trying to remember. I didn't think it was the other two options. But
although
still.
we cannot confirm whether the poison had been requested by the victim or not, it is true that Isamu used Shirayama's family to blackmail him.
Oh, yeah, I mentioned the
Such
blackmail. I'm an idiot.
circumstances could be enough motive for Shirayama to commit the crime.
But wasn't Katsukasa Isamu good to Shirayama? He even went to Shirayama's house to bring health supplements. But maybe he didn't really bring health supplements.
Yeah, it might have been.
Maybe it was something bad.
Is that what you think, Paimon? Well, we later found out that what Takatsukasa Isamu sent to Shirayama's house was indeed health supplements. But if you consider the circumstances, what he sent wasn't important. What was important is that sending the supplements was actually a dangerous signal. Isamu was essentially implying, I can put anything in your wife's supplements at any time.
Okay, well, even Paimon noted that's what they're talking about, the kind of dark
then get me
undertone.
what I want.
So scary. Your assumption sounds like a real threat. You're not really that dark inside, are you?
You don't really catch criminals by standing in the light, do you?
Yeah, that's fair.
Basically, these two clues work to verify each other, and the murderer's motive is confirmed. Now, all that's left is the means of the crime.
Are we gonna have to do another full...
Next.
Okay.
Which clue? So, what did you find?
Okay, so which clue? I mean, we went through every file. So let's see. So the means of the crime. The research log was torn out, so I don't think that's the answer, unless it's, again, the lack of information. The autopsy report. I mean, in theory, wouldn't it just be the autopsy report? The toxicology report. I mean, these two answers are the same with the toxicology, but I would think it's this, but I was wrong last time, so...
Bingo!
Oh, okay.
The autopsy report confirms that the cause of death was a special toxin. The testament indicates that Shirayama used his position as a forensic expert to mix the toxin into the cold medicine taken by the deceased. But is that really the truth? Is it not possible that the toxin was mixed into the fish liver paste? Well, according to the toxicology report, this white powder only dissolves
soluble
in
in water.
Neither rice nor the fish liver paste could be used as a carrier of the toxin. The cold medicine was the only option. Putting the poison elsewhere would not only fail to guarantee a lethal dose, but would
It'd be
also
noticeable,
increase
yeah.
the chance of it being noticed by the deceased. Therefore, the means is also confirmed.
Add that to the motive for the crime and... Whoa! So the murderer really was Shiroyama!
Yep, pretty clear cut, wouldn't you say? Look, I really don't know what Sango is so suspicious about.
Odd.
Yeah, it's pretty clear cut. Huh. You could say...
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Sango was saying.
too clear cut.
Oh? Well, let's hear them. Maybe I have answers. What's bugging you?
So based on the convictions, why are their punishments different? That is interesting, yeah. Although, I think that's explainable by the fact that, you know, Shiroyama was already dead at that point. Why is the forensic log from the office blank? Did someone tear it? That was bothering me. Said it was bought at the... That also is bothering me.
This also puzzles me.
Just makes me wonder again
Maybe
what those
someone
pages
doesn't
were.
want us being privy to the contents inside, or maybe Shiroyama tore a bunch of pages out by accident. But regardless, this isn't essential to the case. Like I said before, a lot of what comes up in an investigation is
And it did mention that, you know, that's kind of what Paimon
said,
said, but still.
Shiroyama's motive and means, which
It was
we
just
have
bothering me.
established.
But that's fair. Okay, I guess that maybe is the right answer. But legitimately, though, that was bothering me. Even if it was useless information, the fact that there were torn out pages just is one of those things that make it feel like maybe it was, even if it was actually just useless torn out pages, it's still stuff that isn't there in front of you. But I'd have to, maybe it's that.
Maybe the report was wrong. The International Trade Association is a gathering place for
Is it
merchants
actually
from all
the...
over. Countless merchants pass through the port of Rito every day.
If there's a singular right
natural
answer,
for there
or
to
it's just
be a
going to have
couple of
us
missing
ask about all
records here and
three?
there.
Oh, is it actually just going to have us ask all three? Either this was the right answer, or we were just supposed to ask all three. This one just doesn't seem that odd to me, because again, Shiroyama is already deceased.
Very nice.
Okay, apparently
Top marks for
I was
attention
wrong.
to detail. It doesn't have any real bearing on the case, but let me explain how that works for you.
I was wrong.
Why would Madame Kujo-Sara sign one conviction sentencing Ryuji to temporary incarceration awaiting trial, and another conviction sentencing Shiroyama
Was he
to
not
death?
already dead at that point? Am I just...
You may have heard some rumors back at the station that when this case first came up, the Kujo clan higher-ups were in dire need of a scapegoat to keep the Takatsukasa clan off their backs. And poor Ryuji became the successful candidate. In less than a week, the conviction was drafted, sent to Madame Kujo-Sara, and signed. Allegedly, she knew what it was about as soon
That
as
was
she
the
saw
theory,
it,
yeah.
and signed it with no questions asked. But anyone who buys this story clearly doesn't know that much
Yeah.
about Madame Kujo-Sara.
That's what I
She's the
said. I
most
just don't...
principled person in the entire
Even if her family
Tenryo
told her to
Commission,
do
for
it, I
goodness
just
sake.
had a hard time thinking
So,
that, but...
How would she respond to a case filled with unanswered questions and no confession from the suspect?
Oh, you mean...
She wouldn't have signed it
Exactly.
immediately.
Before she signed it, she changed Ryuji's conviction from the death sentence to temporary incarceration.
Oh, okay.
Ryuji escaped a disastrous fate without ever realizing it. Had Madame Kujo-Sara not changed his sentence,
That makes sense,
Sango
though.
would have been seeking justice for a dead
She
man.
changed the sentence to temporary incarceration,
Sara's so lenient with Ryuji.
maybe because she thought that there was still a hole in the
That's the
story?
wrong question.
Yeah.
This wasn't about Ryuji, but Madame Kujo-Sara's principles. The conviction could have been for a Ryuji, a Guji, heck, even a Tanuki, and she would have made the same decision. Given the enormous pressure she was under at the time, I'd say she did the most she could. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's fair.
Pressure? Really? Was someone higher up putting pressure on Sara?
The pressure came from all sides. The deceased was the leader of the police station and the rising star of the Takatsukasa clan. All eyes were on this case. How this became reduced to the unimaginative rumor that Madame Kujo-Sara convicted Ryuji under pressure from her superiors.
Yeah, you gotta consider at the time it was probably a major issue, so... That's fair.
Rumors here, conspiracy theories there. Oh, lies at every turn.
Yeah, this path is a bit confusing.
Fortunately, Madame Kujo-Sara works in an open and transparent manner and pays no heed to rumors like this. She just rolls her eyes and forgets all about them. Just because she has never publicly clarified the truth doesn't mean she was hiding anything. So when I asked her about it, saying it was relevant to a case I was working on, she just told me how it was.
That's very much, you know, aligns with her
Believe
character.
me, in this case, more than any other, I have checked every last detail. Well, I've answered all your lingering questions, and you've checked all the material the police station has, so what do you think? Case closed?
Paimon still feels like something doesn't add up.
Yeah.
But then again, Heizou did give us all the files the police station had. Ugh, this is annoying.
Yeah, see.
I don't follow. Enlighten me.
I've disclosed everything the police station has on the case. Everything is laid out as to the police station has about the case. Like, he's very... Yeah, he emphasized it so many times.
Right! Why do you keep emphasizing police station every single time?
You tell me. Why do I keep emphasizing police station every time?
Yeah.
So we're finally here, huh? I was starting to think our investigation was about to end a little early. That would have been a real shame. Man alive, you finally
I'm gonna be
solved my
honest,
little game.
didn't even think about that.
You're absolutely right. There is other information that the police station doesn't have. Reason being?
Okay.
It's my own evidence. And this evidence should help answer a couple of your questions more clearly. Why was the research log from the Office of Forensic Science blank? And where did the white powder come from?
Aha! Paimon knew you were keeping secrets!
Did you?
Don't you have secrets too?
No. Nope.
I mean, there's that huge theory that she's the unknown
Let's
god.
talk somewhere else.
I don't
This
know if I
isn't the
buy
best
into that one,
place
but
for this
that's...
discussion.
Nope, and it's a theory. I know it's been a theory since forever. Interesting. This is a really long hangout event, though. Jeez, it's already taken longer than the story quest we did. And we're not even done. This is the 4th path. Although I'm sure the split might be something towards the end again.
This is a quiet spot. Let's talk here. All right. Here's the secret I've been keeping all along.
You did have it.
Torn out pages
You said that wasn't a relevant question.
Office of Forensic Science.
Hi, Heizou.
But Paimon can't believe you kept this a secret all this time.
That was the first thing I said, though, when we were talking about what was missing. And he was like, oh, no, it was totally this that I didn't even think was relevant. I was like, even if it wasn't potentially relevant, what about the torn out pages? And I was going to mention it again, but I assumed I was just being dumb.
It's not like you think. I wasn't the one who tore out the pages. Look, just read it over first.
Acidic nutrients, Sunsetia, okay. Here, I'll just read it out. Acidic nutrients extracted from the Sunsetia were mixed with the oil extracted from the fish liver. When the mixture was purified, the formation of a fine powdery substance was observed. Over the course of a week, 4 spores to whom this substance had been administered suffered first from damage and diseased skin, mucous membranes, followed by respiratory failure, then death. Interesting. From Sunsetias, of all things. The mixing and purification procedure was then repeated, but replacing the Sunsetia with concentrated Sunsetia juice and the fish liver with concentrated fish liver paste. Okay. A large quantity of the powdery substance was produced. When 4 spores were administered this dose, the time to death was reduced from 1 week to a few hours. See appendix for lethal dose analysis. Interesting.
Finished?
You wouldn't think, though, mixing Sunsetia is like fruit we eat all the time in this game.
By the perpetrator to
with
commit
fish
this
liver
crime
paste.
Wasn't by putting the white powder in the cold medicine.
Oh, okay. He put it in the fish liver paste. What was... I'm confused.
That's correct. The white powder was Shiroyama's invention. As a forensic doctor, he provided a special cold medicine
Still a little
for
confused, but okay.
Taketsukasa Isamu. The autopsy report showed that this medicine contained a high volume of acidic fruit and vegetable extracts. Then, he tricked Ryuji into sending fish liver paste to Taketsukasa Isamu. When the 2 substances were taken together, a toxic dose of the substance formed in his body.
Interesting. So is the consumption of the 2 things at once. See, that's what I talk about, though, when I say I was like, I did really good at academics in school. Like, I was learning things like calculus in 8th grade, but I have a really hard time with other things like this. Because stuff like that just didn't even occur to me. But I'm sure people thought of stuff like this as they were going through the entire time. Whereas just things like that didn't even occur to me, that it wasn't just the powder being the poison. It was like a mixture of the fish liver paste that he'd consumed. Stuff like that.
This
Just interesting
is
to
the real
me.
modus operandi.
Oh, that's awful. One was medicine, and the
Yeah.
other was an expensive nutritional supplement.
They're both completely harmless.
Completely
But they're mixed.
True, both are harmless on their own, but when combined, poof, that's it.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting too, because this might be information that would help convince Sango. I don't know why he's not
It was not him
disclosing
who wanted
that
to
to
hide
it, though.
but the person pulling the strings behind him.
You mean there was someone else
Interesting.
pulling the strings?
Aren't you curious where I found these pages from the research log? It was in Kujo Takayuki's secret
Okay,
warehouse.
so they were right to be suspicious of him.
After I found the missing
Well-
pages, I did some digging around and found out that Shiroyama had worked for Kujo
To be
Takayuki
fair,
before joining the police station.
the previous leader of the Kujo clan, I think, was kind of a
Kujo clan
scumbag, wasn't he?
secretly provided Shiroyama with funds to study forensic science. I guess you could say that Kujo Takayuki's investment paid dividends in this case. Of course, I had only learned all of this after the Vision Hunt decree came to an end. Kujo Takayuki had lost his
Because there was that whole
power,
duel with
and the
Kamaji
Tenryou Commission was
and
undergoing a
the Shogun as to
general
whether or not he'd remain in power, or I guess it was
to
A
avoid
at the
coming
time,
under
but still.
suspicion, Madame Kujo
Stuff like that.
put me in charge of building a case against Kujo Takayuki. I found a huge
Oh, okay.
stash of fish liver paste in his secret warehouse. Nothing hugely incriminating about that, of course, but I still took the trouble to open each and every package until finally I had to concede that this really was just a huge stash of fish liver paste. But then, underneath the floor tiles where the fish liver paste was stacked, I found a secret compartment with this torn off
You would
research
think they
report
wouldn't have
lying
kept the
inside.
research report, maybe, but still.
So it was him who wanted to frame Ryuji all along. What a nasty piece of work.
So in that sense, the
review the
theory
whole
that
case from the top.
what's-his-face had was somewhat,
Taketsukasa Isamu, for
somewhat
whatever reason, noticed
based correctly.
Shiroyama's talent as a forensic doctor and asked him to develop a special poison on his behalf.
Oh, okay.
But Shiroyama was already working for the Kujo clan, so he refused. Taketsukasa Isamu wasn't about to take no for an answer, and that's where things took a dark turn. He twisted Shiroyama's arm by making a
Interesting.
veiled threat to harm his family. All Shiroyama could do was to secretly report everything to Kujo Takayuki. When Takayuki learned what was happening, he instructed Shiroyama to pretend to cooperate with Taketsukasa Isamu, then kill the latter with the white powder once it was fully developed. Meanwhile, Ryuji's only role in this case was to deliver the fish liver paste to
Yeah.
Taketsukasa Isamu on Shiroyama's
And that's not
orders.
his fault. There's obviously no way he could
Completely
have
unaware of
known.
the fact that he was being used as a pawn and that this was a key ingredient.
And maybe
needed
that's
to
why he
create
held it,
poison.
because that might have traumatized
After the
Ryuji in
incident,
some way.
Kujo Takayuki hoped to make Ryuji the fall guy until the death sentence was stalled when it reached Madame Kujo Sara. In the meantime, Sango had begun her own investigation. Kujo Takayuki grew nervous that the truth would get out, so he threw Shiroyama to the wolves, hounding him to death and erasing all traces of contact between the two. And yet, he wanted to keep this secret formula, so he hid it. Greedy guy, that Takayuki. He must
This,
have wanted to
honestly,
have it
this
on
part of
hand
the
just
hangout
in
path
case
is
he
too big
needed
brain
to
for me,
employ it again in the
honestly.
future and make someone else disappear.
This Kujo Takayuki is an evil lunatic. We've got to report this to A. Whatever his current punishment is, it needs to be 10 times worse.
That would be practically impossible. One research log found in his warehouse doesn't
Yeah.
prove anything. Even I can think of 100 excuses. Besides, Ryuji directly contributed to Taketsukasa Isamu's death by delivering the fish liver
Yeah,
paste
well,
to him. The fact that he was unaware
that's why he
of
was
the true
hiding
nature
it
of the
from her, though.
situation
Okay.
doesn't matter.
But he's still innocent, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't think that that would really be his fault either, but...
Paimon really doesn't get how the law works.
Legally speaking, the judge would most likely rule that it was accidental. But in practice, Ryuji may still have to end up shouldering some responsibility.
So basically, you've been hiding the truth all this time to protect
That's kind of sad, actually.
Mental trauma doesn't heal
Yeah.
as easily as physical wounds. My biggest worry is that Ryuji would struggle to cope if he knew the truth. He's like an innocent child. He freely gives his trust and his love to everyone that treats him well. That's why he thought of Takatsukasa Isamu as a father figure.
So even just knowing that it was...
I'm pretty sure that to this day, he has never paused to wonder whether Takatsukasa Isamu was actually a good person, or if Sango just hired him as a gopher, or why I left the detective agency. If he found out the facts about Takatsukasa Isamu, I'm afraid it would crush him. Well, as you can see, I'm a little less confident than people might think. To prevent Ryuji from getting hurt, I covered up the truth. But by doing so, have I held him back?
Maybe.
Did I do the right thing? I couldn't turn to anyone for help, and everyone around me thinks I'm so smart that I should just be able to handle every case on my own. Even if I tried to discuss it with them, they'd just say, "Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Heizou, no problem's too difficult for you."
That's gotta be frustrating.
But you're different. Unlike them, you don't have that kind of prejudice towards me. You've traveled far and wide and have had all kinds of experiences. It must have taught you a lot. Most importantly, my intuition tells me that you're someone special, that I can trust you and that you can help me. Right? So, I'd like you to be the one to decide whether we should
Maybe
expose
that's where the path
truth
splits.
or not. Oh, you don't need to tell me what you decide, and you certainly don't need to decide right now.
Oh, okay.
Let's just say I'm leaving this teensy tiny matter up to you. All right, let's head back to the detective agency. You can mull it over on the way. Once you've made up your mind, just tell Ryuji and Sango your verdict.
That's tough. That's really tough. But yeah, wow, this path is just... Jeez. It's crazy, too, how you can go on these hangout events from, like, investigating some of the resource issues and having him just kind of slacking off on Watatsumi Island for a couple months to investigating a long since, like, closed cold case and finding this information. I'm still irritated. I get that, again, like, if that was... I don't know if you had to answer all 3 answers or if that was, like, the specific answer was the last one we chose, kind of showing why Sara made a different verdict. Because obviously that's important. It shows that she was aware, but her hands were still relatively tied, and that's why she kind of just stalled the sentence. But again, at the same time, those missing pages were important.
Human life is like the dew at dawn, or a
It's just,
bubble rising through water.
Just
Transitory.
odd. Honestly. But interesting.
Hey, Traveler. Hey, Detective Heizou. You're back already, huh? I bet you're tired. Well, I just bought some tonkatsu. Care to join me? There's plenty for everyone.
We'd love to.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you like to hear the results of our investigation first?
No matter what you were able to find, it's all in the past and won't ever change.
Okay,
So I think we'd better chow down first. Besides, if Sango's not happy with the results, we might not have anything to eat later.
Come on, Ryuji, pipe down. Let's hear the Traveler's conclusion first.
Okay then. Over to you, Heizou and Traveler.
Don't worry, just tell us your findings. Everyone trusts you, as do I.
Yeah. My genuine opinion is, and I'm sure this is just where it splits, I genuinely think that we should tell the truth. Sango wasn't technically wrong, and it's probably going to traumatize Ryuji, but he's gotta know. Like, we have to know, you know?
But how? How could this be?
Huh. So, that's what really happened?
Ryuji, I know it's hard to accept, but...
He's never gonna get closure and
Wait
move
a minute.
forward.
Sorry,
He was already kind of moved on to it
quite
from
the
an extent,
stomachache.
but
Sango,
still.
can I take the day off?
Sure, of course. Take the week if you need it.
Okay. Obviously, it's gonna be hard for him. Don't get me wrong, I understand that, but
Hopes Ryuji will be okay.
I think he still has a right to know, even if he says that he's moved forward.
Things to turn out like this.
Just give him some time to himself. I think he'll eventually come to accept it.
I'm still a little worried, though. What if he doesn't come to work tomorrow?
Well, you said he could have a week
Then
off.
we'll go to him. Don't you worry about that, Sango. You need some time to process all of this, too.
I don't know, like I said, I mean, I'm sure that it's gonna be difficult for him, but I'm the type of person that feels like it's better to know than spend And again, it's hard because I'd say then spend the rest of your life wondering about it, but obviously he seems to have moved past it to some extent. But still, it's just... I feel like he had the right to know. I understand why Heizou hit it, but I still just feel like he had the right to know, and I had a really hard time.
You're here. Don't,
Okay.
I guess he can handle a lot more than I had thought.
Yeah, see?
I was honestly worried he'd
He's
suffer
fine.
a breakdown. But as of today, it seems he'll be fine. He went over to Natsuke Nogen Crafts to buy something.
Let's go find him then. Shall we?
Before you go, Heizou, I kind of understand now what you meant when you left.
Oh, really? I'm happy to hear you say that. All right, time to find Ryuji.
Yep. Let's head that way. I don't remember where the craft store is. I don't remember where anything is in Inazuma. There's a reason why every time I load in, I'm in Mondstadt. It's because I usually do like blacksmithing and Adventurers Guild and such in Mondstadt. So it's just where I've gotten used to doing it and it's where I'm most familiar with, but still.
Look, there's Ryuji.
Oh, it's
the little
okay.
kid too.
Okay.
Uncle Ryuji, was my daddy handsome?
Oh,
I've never
okay.
seen what he looked like.
Of course. Takatsukasa Isumu was a very handsome man. Also, it's not uncle. Call me brother.
Okay.
But you look so old.
Jeez.
Well, I'm still your brother.
Huh? How come?
I mean, to be fair, without doxing myself, I do have 5 siblings. And the age difference between the oldest and the youngest is like 15 years, you know?
Because he treated me like a son.
Huh? Who are you guys?
We're friends with your big brother Ryuji, and with your father too.
We didn't know his father for sure.
Really?
Let's go with that.
Yay! I've met loads of my daddy's friends today. Can you tell me some stories about him? I really want to hear them.
Sure. Why, I know enough stories about your old man that if I started talking now,
I don't know, though,
you'd be all
like-
grown up before I finished them.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, I don't want to grow up too soon then. Maybe when I'm 100. No, 200 years old. No, 300 years old.
Okay.
Yep, I'm gonna wait until I'm 300 years old before I become a grown-up, so that I can make sure I finish all the stories first.
It's really one of those random things I think a kid would say. But that was nice. It's tough too because you have to consider like as straightforward and like as much as the current members of like / leaders of the Tenryou Commission like Kamaji, Sara's always been present, but Sara I think also counts. Like as much as the current members are trying to do the right thing, some of the previous generation seems so sketchy. It really gives you a handle on like kind of some of the issues that might have been present in the Tenryou Commission. Because if we'd had the current members, you know, prior to the Vision Hunt decree and everything, I genuinely wonder if things wouldn't have turned out differently. Again, like, obviously to some extent Sara was present, obviously. But if the ones actually completely in control had been people like Kamaji, if they'd been people like maybe the current Kamisato siblings that were obviously always trying to do the right thing and they were surrounded by people who were trying to do the right thing, maybe things would have turned out differently as a whole with the nation. But here we get to find out what happens if we lie.
You're back.
We'd love...
No matter what you were able to find, it's all in the past and won't ever change.
I don't know why it
So
doesn't
I
let us
think we
skip some
better
of these
chow
things.
down. Besides,
Come on, Ryuji, pipe down. Let's hear the...
Don't worry.
well, what do you know? I suspected that was the case. Please rest in peace, Master Takatsukasa.
No, impossible. Traveler, are you sure you checked every
Yeah, I had a
last file
feeling she wouldn't trust
carefully?
us. Technically, if we're omitting the extra information he has, it is still different, you know? That's still technically, again,
Songo,
emphasis
no
on the information the
accusations
police
without
station
evidence,
has.
Remember?
The truth is out and the case is closed, Songo.
And now he's just
Please don't send any more of your
provoking.
harassment letters to the Tenryou Commission. Well, I really owe it to you, Traveler. I'll be sure to properly thank you later. Until then, see ya.
Hey, you're not going anywhere.
Oh my gosh. It's only what we know. But yeah, again, that goes back to that neither one was technically untruthful. It just I don't know, that was interesting, but overall, I really enjoyed this stream. The Kazuha character quest was, I mean, took like, yeah, less than half the time that, well, not quite. It took like an hour 45, and we're at just shy of 4.5 hours on the stream after we finished the Hangout event, but I really enjoyed the Kazuha character quest. I thought it was just one of those nice things that added more to his story without necessarily completely changing anything. It was cool to get the new 4-star weapon and everything, to see a little bit more of the Kaedahara clan's, you know, backstories. That was really neat. But this, again, at first, I wasn't super sold on Heizou. Also, I learned it's pronounced Heizou, not Heizou, so there's that. But it just, honestly, most of the endings I quite liked. This one here, you know, we investigated everything going on in the Watatsumi Island. We got to see more of, like, their economy chain, everything that's going on, and he got to have kind of, like, a carefree, you know, couple months time off from work and everything. But again, just, that was wholesome. Both the Ito endings were pretty funny. This is a really long play, though. I did not expect the play to take as long to go through as it is. But both endings were kind of funny. You know, either the one where he let Ito be Ito and be kind of happy with himself, or the one where he kind of realized the truth. And that's kind of mirrors here, you know? The same thing. We either let Ryuji be happy thinking what he did, or we told him the truth and he was able to come to terms with it. Kind of. But, overall, though, not bad. I genuinely think this might have been my favorite ending, though, just because it kind of patched up some of the things between Sango and Heizou. It showed the truth behind a case I was really early, and maybe I'm a little bit biased towards this path in general, because again, it goes back to what I was saying. I've always been the type of person that if you give me something straightforward like math, I have a really, really easy time just knowing, okay, this is one right answer. But it's also why I struggled a bit with science. And I remember explaining this to, like, some friends and family, you know, and just always kind of explaining it like that. Like, if there's one singular answer, I feel like I have a really easy time going on the straight and narrow finding the answer. But when you have to think outside the box a little bit, I struggle a bit. Like, we had already, you know, I had an idea that those torn up pages, regardless of what, you know, Heizou kind of tried to deflect it, it was still important. But I had no idea what was coming. Like, the same thing with the whole, I thought it was just pure and simple, there was the poison. That was the answer. We are dealing with poison. I had never even considered that it was, okay, he consumed these different ingredients at once. Same with the whole, we realized kind of like Paimon did, there were somewhat dark undertones to the whole, like, what's his name, being Tatsuzukasa, being very friendly. But I hadn't really even thought about the whole, oh yeah, I'm just saying, I can give your wife these nutritional supplements. I could threaten your family at any time. But just stuff like that didn't really occur to me. But anyways, guys, I'm probably going to go ahead and end the stream there. I had a lot of fun. I still really enjoy Genshin Impact. You know, it's just one of those games that, stuff like that, I can just really sink into the world base and enjoy it. Obviously, it's not a perfect game. The gacha mechanics, I've spent too much money on this game. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. Next time, whenever I stream, I don't know if it'll be tomorrow, the next day, you know, whatnot. I'm still trying to get into the habit of trying to find even a semi-consistent time, whether that be times, days of the week to stream. But I'd like to get back in and finish Azure Gleam on 3 Hopes, so that's what we'll be doing next time for sure. And then if we have any extra time between that and when Xenoblade drops on the 29th, we'll maybe go back to some other roguelikes or anything like that. But anyways, guys, thanks so much for watching. I think, again, as always, usually I think a family member or a Discord member or two at the very least stops by and watches the stream, so I appreciate that. I'll post the VOD on YouTube too. But I'll catch you guys next time, so bye.